10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff.
A couple of outstanding, talented programs look to have big seasons here in 2024, as on the final Friday of the month of August here on the Bluefin FNN High School Football Game of the Week. Here in the final Friday of August, it's a couple of powerhouse programs going at it. 6A Oxford and 5A Moody, as Oxford opening up their home schedule for 2024, and we'll get into just how much talent there is on both sidelines this evening here on our Bluefin FNN High School Football Game of the Week. James Hardy with you, along with Coach Eddie Bullock and Shasta Jones along the sidelines with us tonight. We appreciate her for joining us, as well as the rest of our FNN crew. Tillotson Campground, that'll have their big opening tomorrow to the public at 9 a.m. Tillotson Bend Campground, our presenter for tonight's countdown to kickoff. Once again, James Hardy with you, and Coach Eddie Bullock. Once again, a happy Friday, a happy game day to all of you watching us, of course, as always. And Eddie, you look at these two programs for third season. Moody head coach Jake Gainison in his fourth season for Sam Adams at Oxford. They've got maybe some of their best, their most talented squads coming into their tenures at their respective schools.
Absolutely. Got two great programs who had two great finishes last year. So looking forward to seeing them, these two big programs clash tonight.
And then you look at first for Oxford, the Yellow Jackets went on the road not too far away, about an hour east on I-20 to Carrollton, Georgia, and took a 56-46 win, a game that Mason Mims, certainly the Louisville commit, playing his final season, in fact, playing his final semester here at Oxford High School. 442 yards, 3 touchdowns on 28-35 last week.
Hey, not surprised. Hey, off to a great start, a great player last year, great leader, and look forward to some great things from him this year.
And then you look at Mason Mims. According to 247 Sports, he's their number 24 ranked player as far as the high school ranks in the state of Alabama. And then you also take a look at, as far as Moody High School and third-year head coach Jake Gaines, which, first off, Moody and Jake Gaines' first two seasons, 10-plus wins coach. And then you look at who, at least one of their highlight players, Sidney Walton, also a top 30 player in 247 Sports' top 30 rankings in the state of Alabama. He's already a commit to the University of Tennessee.
Well, you can win with guys like that. I mean, you got, you got two top-tier programs, and Moody made a great finish last year, and, two similar records. So not surprised when you got players like that.
The Blue Devils, a tough 31-7 loss on the road at Gainesville High School last week in the Atlanta metro area. And talking with Coach Jake Gaines just about 48 hours ago, Eddie, he was very impressed with what he saw from a highly, almost a collegiate level, really across the board as far as talented squad with lots of Power 5 recruits that they saw. So Moody got a good little test of what they will see tonight. Last week.
Well, absolutely. And then, of course, Oxford coming into the game with, win last week against a Georgia team as well. So, you kind of want to compare those two. I guess we call it the border wars right there. But, it's just great to see these two programs come together and get ready to bump heads tonight.
And then you look, both of these teams for Oxford won their first round playoff appearance last year, made the second round, and then for Jake Gaines and the Moody Blue Devils, they made the quarterfinals of the 5A playoffs. So really you look at for both of these teams tonight, it's almost kind of a taste of postseason football ahead.
Right, and both of them, I can guarantee they giving them those speeches on, how they finished last year. And, it's a great boost coming into this season right here, even though they played last week. But it's a great boost and great test, and I'm looking forward to it.
And then one thing that Sam Adams mentioned as far as this year's team at Calhoun County Media Days about a month ago, experience as far as a number of starters tonight that are 3- and 4-year starters, a lot of talent. Also, what comes with that, a lot of expectations.
Well, you don't have to do that much coaching. They pretty much, injected into the program, and they know what you need and what you want. So, that's a big plus when you got guys that got 3 to 4 years experience.
And speaking of expectations, as far as our first Friday of the season last week, a couple of programs with a lot of expectations, as always, coming in to this season, and they certainly lived up to the billing as far as a down-to-the-wire finish up in center between Cherokee County and Piedmont. Second down. Here's a pass down the near sideline toward Bethel as that is caught one-handed for the completion. And as Wilson throws toward the end zone, and if it's caught, it's a touchdown for Piedmont as the reception made by Raleigh Pinto. Play fake. And the throw down the field, the fade route to Pinto, and that a jump ball, and let's see who comes up with it. I think it's going to be a pick. It is for Keyshawn Thomas. Tittle. A little flea flicker, some pressure, and Tittle going down. Loads up, throws over the middle, and has his tight end complete, Ben Mosley. And that is a key I-Care Alabama first down with the direct snap. Angles to the near side, and is he in? Waiting for the signal. Yes, touchdown Cherokee County. Keyshawn Woods gets the direct snap, goes toward the far side, and he'll go into the end zone. Touchdown Cherokee County. Play fake as Pinto receives the pass complete as he turns it upfield and gets the first down and a lot more as Pinto still on his feet as looks as if he might have handed that off on a lateral as going all the way to the end zone for Piedmont is Isaiah Young for the touchdown.
That's exactly what he did.
Eddie Bullock in our FNN cast of thousands here at Cherokee County High School is Cole Wilson, a short kickoff. That'll be fielded in short hop as Ben Frampton comes up with it with a head of steam as he's in the open field. He has a lot of room to go, still on his feet, and he could take it to the house.
Hey, this is crazy. Now we just had a fumble again. That was a fumble again on the kickoff.
Here's the play action, the toss, a little high throw to Pinto complete. Gets inside, breaks the tackle, and in for the touchdown. The counter carry as he's in the open field, goes to the far side, he sees the end zone in sight, escapes the tackle, and he's in. Touchdown for Cherokee County. Third down and 7. Quick throw over the middle, complete to Pinto. An active night for him as he sees the end zone, and he's in. Here's Wilson, looks for a receiver, now throws, has a receiver open and caught for the 2-point conversion by Ishmael Bethel. Hold, kick, on the way, does it have the distance? And no, as it's just short. Cole Wilson tosses it down the field for Pinto. It is up, and it is knocked away with flags on the play. Escapes trouble, and now throws, and it is almost and should have been intercepted. Third down and long, quick throw far side, that's complete to Pinto. Has room, first down, and a lot more. As Piedmont now in Cherokee County territory as the clock stops to move the chains. First and 10 from the Cherokee County 30. Wilson loads up, throws over the middle, and it is deflected and caught for I-Care Alabama first down. Wilson, quick throw, fade pattern toward the end zone, has a receiver and a jump ball, and it looks like caught for the touchdown.
Does the crawl space in your home look like this? Standing water and high humidity are the perfect makings for mold and wood rot, and that means expensive damages to your home. Solve the problem with a call to the experts at S&H Waterproofing and Construction. They've been turning this into this for over a quarter century. Protect your greatest investment with a free assessment today. Get quality work at a guaranteed lower price. S&H Waterproofing and Construction.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Family owned and operated for over 50 years, Miller Funeral Home is committed to providing families with the finest services for their loved ones, including our newest service, Aquamation. Aquamation is a gentle, respectful, and eco-friendly alternative to flame cremation. Miller Funeral Home is the only facility in the state of Alabama that offers the Aquamation service. Call us or visit our website today to learn more about how we can serve you and your loved ones.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
Looking to transform your outdoor space? Look no further than Bama Sheds. As a family-owned and operated business, we understand your needs. That's why we offer no credit check rent-to-own options. Enjoy free delivery and setup within 35 miles of our 4 convenient locations. Whether you need a shed, pole barn, garage, or carport, we've got you covered. Visit our website at bamasheds.com or call 256-268-8484. Bama Sheds, where quality meets affordability and your outdoor dreams become reality.
At Glencoe Hoax Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, we see our community as extended family.
Hello, I'm Mark Box. My wife Holly and I would like to thank the families that we have had the honor to serve. We see our community as our extended family. That's why we work so hard to invest in our community and the families that call it home. At Glencoe Hoax Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, you'll find services that are tailored to meet your needs, whatever those may be.
Piedmont Cutoff Highway in Glencoe and Highway 431 in Anniston. Our family serving your family.
Tillotson Bend Campground with our countdown to kickoff as we are a little under 16 minutes away from getting our second Friday night of the season off the ground. James Hardy, Shasta Jones on the sideline, and our very own Coach Eddie Bullock with you as we'll take a look at the schedule as far as games around the state of Alabama. As for most of the state of Alabama, it is their final tune-up prior to getting region play started to begin September. As interesting game tonight, we'll see Ohatchee next week as they'll get their first region game underway at home, I beg your pardon, against Locust Fork, while also Piedmont, who we'll see next week at Sachs tonight. And then also Spring Garden, they'll make the trip down to Pleasant Valley here, and they'll begin in about 15 minutes. In fact, all of the games that you see on your screen will get underway here in about 15 minutes at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock. And also,
hey, Eddie, you ever scored 70 points in a game?
No, not in my lifetime.
Hey, somebody scores 70 points on you, you'd have a fit.
Hey, I'd probably ask them to let me suit up out there if I seen that many points.
Really, though, Eddie, talking about that game at Ohatchee last week, and they've got to try to do it again tonight against a really solid Locust Fork team.
Absolutely. I was about to say that Locust Fork program is basically on the rise, and it's going to be tough even though they're at home. It's going to be tough, man. That's a great program.
Of course, how about Southside going to Hoax Bluff last night? That's a final. Hoax Bluff won that game 21-13. I think it was the final. And then, of course, you got right up there where the Ghost is, Eddie, Jacksonville and Alexandria tonight up at Death Valley.
Well, you know, I told you that they got that 12th man and the Ghost of Gideon up in there. But, you know, Jacksonville has a pretty solid program. Coach Smith has done a great job up there. And, you know, I think Alexandria's still trying to come back, you know, from a couple of years. So it's going to be kind of tough for me, even though they're at home.
Hey, and what about the Cherokee County Warriors having to go on the road to Arab tonight, who had a really solid win last week? And, you know, Eddie, who would have thought that there's the possibility that the preseason number 2 team in Class 4A might come back to center tonight 0-2?
Well, you know, I was telling James, people still talking about that game last week with Piedmont and Cherokee County, but it's a strong possibility that they may be 0-2, you know, and it's kind of rough, you know, and I know they wish they had certain opportunities back, but it's a strong possibility they may be 0-2 tonight.
And then interesting matchup as far as Hewitt-Trussville hosting Gadsden City tonight. As we take a look at more games coming up in officially week 1 of the 2024 season.
Eddie, what do you think about the matchup tonight between Glencoe and Westbrook Christian? I mean, you know, Scott Martin's had a couple rough first 2 years there with the Yellow Jackets. Steve Smith trying to get the program up and running at Westbrook Christian. They go over to Glencoe tonight and see how that might fare out. Both those coaches need to come away with a W.
Right, and I think the pressure's on each coach, you know. Both of them are great coaches, you know, and, of course, you know that things that both of them did around here in the county. But that's going to be a good battle right there, a battle of great minds. You know, it's going to come down to the players on that field or who, you know, and I think Westbrook may have a little edge on Glencoe right now.
As we take a look at some more games upcoming across the state of Alabama, Tillerson Bend Campground with our countdown to kickoff coverage tonight here from Lamar Field at Oxford High School, Oxford Stadium, as there you see just a little over 15 minutes away from getting our third game of the 2024 season started, as we had a couple of games to get our 2024 season underway. And, in fact, we'll be right up Highway 21, our second time to see Piedmont in the early portion of the season, as they'll take on Ohatchee in our FNN High School football game of the week, presented to you by Bluefin Sushi and Japanese Steakhouse next Friday, with, of course, our 6:30 countdown to kickoff. There you take a look as far as the sights and sounds of the upcoming matchup. Should be a very interesting matchup between a couple of outstanding, talented teams in Moody looking for their first victory of the season, and Oxford that they hope for a big season coming in the top 5 in the Class 6A rankings at 1-0 so far this season after a 56-46 win on the road at Central Carrollton last week. So both teams will open up a region play next week, with Oxford going at Shades Valley and then Moody hosting Jacksonville, who moved up to 5A this year.
Hey, and Eddie, you know, we haven't talked about the big game from last night. How about Pisgah welcoming number 1 Fife in and sending Paul Benefield home with an L?
Hey, you know somebody, some eyebrows raised up there on that. But you know, I guess after you win so long, you know, everybody got their eyes on you, you know, and it's a great win for Pisgah, but I guess a great program, so that speaks volumes about the talent level that Pisgah has this year.
You know, I told some of the guys earlier today, Coach, all that's done is made Paul Benefield and the Fife Red Devils mad, and when, you know, they're good enough when they're not mad.
Absolutely.
But when they're mad, I got to tell you, that blue map's gonna really look good in Fife.
Well, that's almost like you know, they used to say about Michael Jordan, you have to find ways to motivate yourself. And, you know, I think Fife may have been running out of ways to motivate themselves. So this loss right here, we'll see. But, you know, I have no doubt about what they're capable of doing. They'll be in the thick of things in the end.
Still the toss of the coin as well as kickoff for tonight's ball game between Moody and Oxford after this timeout here on the Bluefin FNN High School football game of the week.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns. Locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
The Oxford Marching Band presents our national anthem here at Lamar Field at Oxford High School. James Hardy, Shasta Jones on the sideline, and Coach Eddie Bullock with us on a muggy evening here at Lamar Field. So, Eddie, you got to figure that certainly for both teams, not only tonight but for at least the next couple of weeks, certainly staying hydrated going to be key as far as keeping those players fresh.
Well, you know, this time of the year, that's the most critical thing, is to make sure, as hot as it is, that you stay hydrated. And I'm sure both teams are pretty well prepared for it after playing last week.
Now, looking at weather radar, there is a shower off to the east of us, but I think we still look pretty good as far as avoiding the bulk, at least of the heaviest showers. So I think we're going to be fine as far as getting this game in, mostly rain-free, especially for the first half tonight. You look at for Oxford High School last season, and they went 9-3, a solid third season for Coach Sam Adams, and then 10-3 last year, including a tie for first as far as Class 5A Region 6 for Moody and Jake Gaines' second season. So when we look at these two teams tonight, provide us as far as what you're looking for when it comes to your keys tonight, Coach.
Well, again, I think that, you know, you're going to have to establish yourself up front. You know, Oxford being the largest school, you know, typically have a few more athletes, but I think you're going to have to establish some type of run game up front, and you're going to have to take care of the football, too. You're going I guarantee you the coaches are probably preaching, you know, no turnovers. We need to take care of the football.
Let's send it down to the sideline. The first time that we'll visit Shasta Jones. Take it away, Shasta.
I'm out here on the sidelines for today with, we've got the Oxford Yellow Jackets, Coach Adams, Coach Gaines for the Moody Devils, and it's going to be a great game. I know the girls last night played flag, and the Oxford Yellow Jackets took away the win, so team comes up with that win. I'm going to throw it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Shasta. And that reminds me, in fact, I went down on the field about an hour and 45 minutes, Coach, before tonight's ball game. I tell you, we should be about 90 degrees with a feels-like temperature in the mid to upper 90s. It felt like every bit of 105 out on that field about 5:15.
Well, you have that turf out there, and you have to understand that turf is probably about 15 to 20 degrees hotter than normal grass is, so that's probably part of the reason why that temperature is up there. But, of course, I know Oxford used to playing on it.
We're still awaiting. In fact, I see the captains coming across the way for the Moody Blue Devils as they're 0-1 in search of their first victory of the season. Moody remaining in 5A Region 6 this season, and then Oxford, same deal. They remain in their same region for the last couple of years as far as the most recent round of realignment this past offseason. 6A Region 6 for the Oxford Yellow Jackets. Both of the captains for these two teams tonight, as Oxford will be in their black tops and the gold bottoms, and then the white tops and the navy blue bottoms for Moody. There's Mason Mims along with a few of his other teammates. D.K. Wilson, one of those other captains, along with James Tapley, and one of our other at least young men that we had for our FNN Coaches show this past Tuesday, Keenan Britt, one of the quartet of captains for Oxford. Both teams, the captains, make their way to midfield, and our referee, Noel Stevens, will greet the 8 players about to at least meet for the toss of the coin, and we'll send it down to the field for our opening toss of the coin.
Number 10, Keenan Britt. Number 16, Mason Mims. Number 33, James Tapley.
Oh.
A little technical difficulty with the head referee microphone, but you can see it looks as if Moody won the toss, and I believe they deferred their option until the second half, as we'll get the official indication as far as the audience here at Lamar Field. And indeed, Moody will go on defense first, as they'll defer their option to the second half, so they will kick it away. And Oxford and Mason Mims will come out onto the fields after scoring 56 points in their season opener last week. In fact, Nick Richardson, one of the top receivers in Class 6A last season, had a big night last week. 13 catches, 168 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
That's an awful lot of yards.
Put your hands together.
And then also someone to keep an eye out on, Eddie, Jalen Taylor, kind of playing the similar role that Kamari Hampton did for this Oxford Yellow Jacket squad last season. And according to Coach Sam Adams, at least in the preseason, Jalen Taylor, the fastest player on this Oxford squad.
Well, not alone is hard to coach against. You can't teach speed, so he's going to be one of those guys that you're going to have to watch out for.
Well, and here come both teams out onto Lamar Field, and there you take a look at the Moody Blue Devils coming off a 10-3 2023 campaign that saw them in a 3-way tie for first in Class 5A Region 6, and there was at least a brief look at the Oxford 2024 campaign as far as their slate of opponents for this season. Settle in. Should be a very interesting ball game between two talented squads, both teams that certainly hope they have deep postseason runs in November. Moody opens up 5A Region 6 play at home against Jacksonville next week, and then the region opener in Class 6A Region 6 against Shades Valley, and certainly one of those goals for Oxford to compete with, if not topple, Clay Chalkville in their region to put them in position to make that deep journey in the postseason. Of course, you look at the schedule for Oxford, and Clay Chalkville will be making a return trip again here to Lamar Field on October 18th. It'll be the home finale and senior night for the Oxford Yellow Jackets this season.
And that's going to be a clash of Titans.
That should be a very interesting game, and we kind of talked about right at the very top on our Tillison Bend campground countdown to kickoff, kind of a playoff feel as far as the quality of competition for both of these teams tonight. As there you take a look at the Moody special teams as they'll kick things away first. Cal Overton will handle the kickoff duties as D.K. Wilson, as well as for the Oxford Yellow Jackets, Jalen Taylor set to receive. We appreciate you for joining us tonight, wherever you are watching us from here on FNN, including our very new FNN app. A big thanks to all of our FNN crew, as always, behind the scenes. We appreciate you for joining us, and we are ready for some late August football to close out the month. We'll be ushering in September at this point next week for our first Friday night of the fall. Overton puts toe to leather, and we're underway. End over and kick, and before that, it looks as if we have whistles and maybe a flag on the play before the kickoff. We'll take a look as far as see if there's any yellow laundry out on the field.
Yeah, you got a flag on the far side at the 40.
There you see Noel Stevens indicate offside on the kicking unit. Miller Funeral Home brings you our first quarter coverage here on tonight's FNN High School Football Game of the Week. We'll take a look at the Oxford offense here in just a moment, but not after we officially get things started after a 5-yard offside penalty on the kickoff.
From the Blue Devils' 35-yard line.
Oxford, the 56 points last week, would have been one of their season highs, and in fact would have been a season high last season, so they got their season off with a bang as we're now underway as Taylor receives about his own 10. Comes toward the near side, breaks one tackle, and gets a decent return across the 25 to about the 27-yard line. Mason Mims, of course, one of the top quarterbacks, if not the top quarterback in Class 6A this season. The Louisville commit, 6'2", 190 pounds, already knows where he wants to go, so he's just enjoying his final ride as a high school football player.
Hey, big quarterback. You talking about 6'2", see over the line, and knows the system. Great arm, so.
Nick Richardson, Jalen Taylor, D.K. Wilson, Kanan Bozeman, some of the receivers you'll see, as well as Caleb Wynn in the backfield. They'll spot the football at the 27. Delay give right up the middle goes to Wynn as he zigzags his way to about the 30-yard line for a gain of 3. Offensive line for Oxford, you'll have Rashad Cunningham, a 4-year starter, 6'2", 286 at left tackle, and then Jackson Newton at left guard, Brody Latham the center, at right guard Bryson Sanderson, and also Conley at right tackle. We'll take a look at the Moody defense here in just a moment. 2nd and 7. Mims, quick toss, a swing pass complete, goes to Wilson as he angles toward the sideline and gets wrapped up. And a nice team defense that time to minimize the gain as you had Sidney Walton, the Tennessee commit, come up on the tackle. That was about a gain of another 3 yards, so 3rd down and 4 on the way.
Just a little flare pass to the running back. They went 5 wide. Normally you go 5 wide, you probably look for something with a possible quarterback draw.
With the heat out on the field tonight, even the early evening hours, we'll see a lot of players for Moody and likely a lot of players for Oxford as well. 3rd down and 3. Richardson goes in motion. Low snap that time as Mims just has to fall on it back at the 26-yard line. So punting time coming up. As we'll take a look at the Moody defense on their next defensive possession as a punting situation coming up.
Well, that's one of those drive killers right there. You had a low snap.
And as Mims just has to fall on it.
He just had to fall on it.
26-yard line. Looks as if Kanan Bozeman comes out for the first punt of the night. As set to receive for the Moody Blue Devils will be Steven Sigler. Normally wears number 2, wears number 3, and Braden Wright as well. As there's a low line drive kick. Goes inside the 40 as Wright fields at the 39. And we have a flag on the play, and good special teams coverage that time by Oxford as they trap Wright inside the 35. And I imagine we can add some more penalty yardage as far as that penalty on the field.
Well, James, you had a bad snap on that. You almost snapped it over the punter's head.
So a little inauspicious start that time as far as the Oxford offense. As we'll find out here on illegal block in the back that time, so the penalty goes on Moody. So at least that helps the Yellow Jackets as far as field position. So they'll move the football
and return.
Inside.
Blocking the back on the return team. It's a 10-yard penalty from the end of the run. 1st down.
There's Noel Stevens officially telling us of the Moody Blue Devils penalty on the block in the back. So getting a little breeze in here from a nearby storm as the football, there you see the nose of it at the 23, their own for Moody. Charlie Johnson, a Georgia Southern commit at quarterback. Quick throw to the far side. That is complete. Has good determination that time by Bravis Cave as he's able to advance it upfield across the 30.
Well, it took that play a while to develop that. He had kind of floated it out there. Later on that'll play a factor. Oxford usually swarms to the football, so he's going to have to get that football out there a little bit faster.
J-Mac HVAC with that first look or second look as far as that last play. Our first replay look as J-Mac HVAC will have all of our replays tonight. 2nd down and 2 off an 8-yard gain. Johnson throws to the near side, and that is incomplete. A short hop that time that was intended for Steven Sigler. Normally wears number 2, but did get the communique, we'll say, from Coach Jake Gaines that he's wearing number 3 tonight, about an hour and a half prior to tonight's game. So 3rd down coming up. As the rest of, by the way, the Moody offense, you have Meadows and Cave as the running backs. Sigler, Eatman, Dozier, Wright, as well as Rutledge and Blaze, the at least skilled players that we'll see at the wide receiver position for Moody. 3rd and 2. Give goes to Cave as he needs the 33, and he's going to be shy of that. As good, solid defense by Keenan Britt, among others, on the tackle for Oxford.
Well, it just took a while for that play to develop, almost like an old school crossbuck play, and it just took them a while for that play to develop.
Well, it appears that Jake Gaines wants to at least test the discipline of the Oxford defense as the wind picking up here at Lamar Field. And we'll have a stoppage in play, and looks as if our first timeout, and indeed looks as if I think they may say that there's some lightning in the area. No, they'll say a timeout for Moody, as we'll take the timeout with them here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Cracked foundations and settling floors in your home is not the end of the world. S&H Waterproofing and Construction has trained professionals that will come out, give you a free assessment, and provide a solution to fix your problem. S&H has been in the business of waterproofing crawl spaces, basements, and foundation repair for a quarter century. Get quality work at a guaranteed lower price. To learn more, visit the S&H website, our Facebook page, or call to book your free assessment today. S&H Waterproofing and Construction, superior solutions.
Family owned and operated for over 50 years, Miller Funeral Home is committed to providing families with the finest services for their loved ones, including our newest service, Aquamation. Aquamation is a gentle, respectful, and eco-friendly alternative to flame cremation. Miller Funeral Home is the only facility in the state of Alabama that offers the Aquamation service. Call us or visit our website today to learn more about how we can serve you and your loved ones.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
At Glencoe Hokes Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, we see our community as extended family.
Hello, I'm Mark Box. My wife Holly and I would like to thank the families that we have had the honor to serve. We see our community as our extended family. That's why we work so hard to invest in our community and the families that call it home. At Glencoe Hokes Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, you'll find services that are tailored to meet your needs, whatever those may be.
Piedmont Cutoff Highway in Glencoe and Highway 431 in Anniston. Our family serving your family.
From Lamar Field here in Oxford, and there you see the emptied field because we are in a weather delay because there is lightning within an 8-mile radius here of Lamar Field, so the officials have taken both teams into their respective locker rooms as we are in a weather delay, a 30-minute weather delay here for our Bluefin FNN High School football game of the week. James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock, and so at least another about 30 minutes or so, Eddie, for these coaches to at least kind of keep their teams on hold before they resume play here at about 20 till 8 when they are expected to come back out on the field.
Well, it's mandatory state regulations that if once you detect lightning, you have to wait 30 minutes before you can resume play. And, you know, the unfortunate thing is every time it strikes, the time goes back. So you have to reset it again.
So Oxford's offense 3 and out in their opening possession, and it'll be a 4th down scenario that awaits the Moody offense when we eventually get this game back underway with 8 minutes 28 seconds remaining in the first quarter of tonight's Bluefin FNN High School football game of the week. Good crowd here at Lamar Field. As here you see, we are indeed in a weather delay. No wet weather right now, but lightning close enough to where both teams are in the protection of the locker room. Moody and Oxford playing their second games of the regular season, the opening home game of the 2024 season for the Oxford Yellow Jackets, as this is the second consecutive road game for the Moody Blue Devils. And our first quarter tonight brought to you by our good friends at Miller Funeral Home, as well as our FNN partners throughout the 2024 season, including S&H Waterproofing.
There's been a Ford key fob turned in.
A big thanks to all of our crew tonight as here you take a look at the S&H Waterproofing and Construction as far as our season-long coverage of the FNN High School football game of the week. Don't forget, as far as our next FNN Coaches Show this season now up at Top of the River, just a little about 100-yard or so a field goal kick, we'll say, from here on the other side of the metro area in the north side of Anniston. We'll be back as far as awarding another Player of the Week this week. In fact, we'll see our most recent and first Player of the Week this season in Jake Robertson, who threw that Hail Mary touchdown pass last week against New Hope. We'll be seeing him and the Ohatchee Indians go up to the Field of Champions in Piedmont at this time next week.
It's going to be a great game.
So once Moody was about set to punt, the officials saw the Lightning a little too close to comfort, so they just decided, hey, we're going to play it safe, protect the players on the field and everybody here in the stands, and we're going to send the folks to a little protection. So that's why we are in a weather delay.
And we are about to basically go in a delay ourselves here because there's not a whole lot we can say at this point. When are we scheduled to come back, guys?
Sometime right now about 7:40.
Okay, so we'll be back in about 25 minutes or so, but we'll keep the graphic up on the screen and try to keep you posted. Just keep listening and keep watching, and we'll keep you up to date on where we are, but we're going to let Eddie and James kind of duck for cover as our camera guys have, and Shasta down on the sidelines, and we'll be back just a little bit before 8:40 to get you up to speed on where we are with tonight's matchup between the Moody Blue Devils and the Oxford Yellow Jackets here from Lamar Field. Stay with us.
And we welcome you back into Lamar Field as we are still in a weather delay, which we've been in for about the last almost 50 minutes now, as the officials saw some bolts of lightning about almost 4 minutes as far as gameplay into tonight's ball game, as we're still 8:28 left in the first quarter. Oxford went 3 and out in their opening possession, and Moody has a 4th and 2 from their own 31, so likely a 3 and out for Moody. And Eddie, I was just talking about it with Garrett, one of our cameramen, as far as just kind of the shaky start for both of these teams, and maybe one of those cases as far as the weather delay where maybe both teams get to benefit as far as just regrouping and going back out and eventually resuming this game.
You got all hyped up before the game, and then you have to sit down for about almost an hour, and you got to come back out and try to get reacclimated for the game. So, it's going to be kind of dependent on what each team is in the locker room doing at this time.
Yes, man. We talked about it as far as our Tillerson Bend campground countdown to kickoff. It was at least 105 to about 110 on the field, with about 90, low 90s as far as your air temperature, and upper 90s as relative to the feels like temperature. And so when they come back out on this field, it's going to feel a whole lot better, especially for the young men suiting up in the whites and the black uniforms and the pads and going out on that artificial turf. And we'll see as far as also how these teams are able to adjust and get, as you mentioned, reacclimated after being in their locker rooms for now almost exactly an hour.
Well, in actuality, it's going to feel great out there. It feels like a good fall football night right now, cool off, and, you got a nice little breeze. So, I don't think the heat will be a factor for either team as of now.
Well, you take a look as far as the radar box that we have in the top left-hand portion of your screen, and not only at least our portion of the state of Alabama, just a little bit east of us, an I-20 that's slowly plodding its way toward Lamar Field. But when you look toward Tupelo and up toward Memphis, there's a whole lot more rain up that way. So certainly around a lot of the South right now for a high school football Friday, quite sloppy weathered in the month of August.
Well, and you got pretty much rain delays all over the county right now. So, it's going to be interesting when they resume to see which coach kind of keep their head into the game.
Now, heard up in Anniston that they were able to take their opening kickoff for a touchdown, and then once Beauregard went on offense, 2 plays off the field due to the lightning delay.
Well, and you hope Anniston bring back what they did on that kickoff when they come back out, because it's especially kids, it's just tough getting them, keeping them focused, during times like this. But, the Alabama High School Athletic Association have rules, and got to abide by the rules to try to keep everybody safe.
Indeed. We had a great visit with Coach Sam Adams, as well as Keenan Britt and Mason Mims from Oxford, and also just on top of having Coach Rob from Hoax Bluff, along with a couple of his players, and Jake Robertson and Coach Chris Findley, as far as Ohatchee's representation for our very first Tuesday Night Coaches Show here on FNN at Top of the River, our first episode of the season at Top of the River. A big thanks to them for hosting our FNN Coaches Show every Tuesday night here during the 2024 football seasons. Will be back up at Top of the River on Tuesday. Ought to be another interesting coaches show coming up, as we'll take a look back as far as the second week 1 officially of the 2024 high school football season, and a look ahead, of course, to our next FNN Game of the Week presented by Bluefin, which will be making the trip up Highway 21 up to the Field of Champions. As there you see on the screen, at least our game for tonight. That'll resume here, hopefully, knock on wood, in about 10 minutes or so. We'll have Ohatchee, the Indians, and the Bulldogs of Piedmont go at it in their second, what normally would be their first region week of the season. Actually, for both of those teams, this is the region opening week. Kind of early, Eddie, as far as just the second week of the season, week 1, due to an 8-game region schedule, but still A little early to start region play.
Well, when I was coaching back then, we used to my first game would always be non-region, and then after that I was in region until week 5. But I know things changed a lot now. But, hey, you just got to be ready, be prepared for it.
And, in fact, Ohatchee underway as far as their second home game of the season. First region game against Locust Fork, and right now they're down a couple of touchdowns in the first half, 20-6, as they are in the second quarter.
Well, Locust Fork, like I mentioned earlier, Locust Fork program is on the rise. They got a pretty solid program right now, and they're no pushover.
Have you ever been a part of any type of high-scoring game like Ohatchee saw last week, where both teams combined for almost 150 points?
Well, not quite that high, with both teams, but I've actually, a matter of fact, it was against Locust Fork when I was coaching that we had probably scored the highest points that we scored. I believe we scored 67 points one night. So,
yeah, 76-71. I'm not sure if both of the basketball teams, as far as New Hope and Ohatchee, would put 150 points in a regulation game that the football teams did, including the last-second heroics from Jake Robertson on that Hail Mary at the creek bank.
Well, I actually thought it was a misprint on the score when I read the score. I thought that, maybe somebody had keyed in something wrong, but in actuality it was correct.
It indeed was real, folks, as far as that unbelievable 76-71 finish. In fact, Moody, next week they're their home opening region game against Jacksonville. They actually played at home against Gainesville last Thursday night, so they've had 8 days between games, and then 4.
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island, it's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
From the Loft Tackle Store. From the team in service.
From the team in parts.
From the sales team.
From the Bucks Island family, good luck and go get 'em, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
it's game day, and from
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
The Blue Devils emerge back onto the playing field here at Lamar Field. As we are getting closer to resuming tonight's ball game, there hasn't been any sort of lightning in about the last 25 minutes or so, so certainly optimistic that we can get this game resumed. As I imagine, Eddie, that when you look at, for both of these coaches, with a playoff type of game as far as early in the regular season, they want to be able to get this game in.
Absolutely. It's another, they played two great teams last week, from Georgia, and then you face each other. You kind of want to get a test to see, where you are, if you can maintain that stamina and that intensity that you used last week to try to go into those games against your cross-state rivals last week. So, you're absolutely correct. They are. I can guarantee you they want to get it in.
Well, now if there's rain does come through and there's not lightning in the area, they will obviously play through the heavy rain, as you have, at least right now, pretty comfortable conditions after at least the last hour or so as far as the breeze from the nearby thunderstorm. And so it certainly made game conditions here at Lamar Field, and especially for the players on the new school artificial turf, conditions a lot more comfortable. As when we resume play, it'll be a 4th down and 2 for the Moody Blue Devils offense, as they will more than likely, you would think, punt the football once they get the football, this football game back underway. Football at the 31-yard line, and we played just 3.5 minutes, so still very early in this football game.
Well, one thing about football, James, is rain don't stop football. Now, lightning will, but rain doesn't. I don't care how hard it rains, you're going to play.
Well, if we were on the real stuff, that the offensive and the defensive linemen would certainly like to get a little muddy out there as far as some wet football. But while we got a bit still in the back end of the weather delay, certainly like to give some thanks to our sponsors. As there you see Miller Funeral Home, Crematory, and Aquamation Center here in Oxford as far as our first quarter sponsor. And then some other of our partners here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, of course, the Grub Mart, long-time tradition as far as the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. The bucket of popcorn, the 99-cent bag of ice, the Oleo donuts. What they got out there as far as setting up their own tradition of excellence as far as the Grub Mart here in the FNN coverage area. Also, of course, another great partner of ours, the Calhoun County Commission, as far as good friends of FNN. And there you see the fivesome, including Danny Shears, a really good friend of FNN, as well as the entire Calhoun County Commission. And, of course, a big thanks. They joined last season as far as our FNN family, but Bluefin Japanese Sushi and Steakhouse, our presenting sponsor each and every week as far as the FNN Game of the Week here in 2024. Moody at 0-1 on the season. They finished 10-3 last year as Jake Gaines comes into his 3rd season as the head coach of the Moody Blue Devils after having a nice little collegiate career in the D1 ranks, first with the UAB Blazers and then at the Georgia Bulldogs. As there you see the profile of Coach Jake Gaines. And I'll tell you what, for one of the youngest coaches in the state of Alabama, Eddie, he's got an awfully bright profile and a bright future ahead of him.
Bright profile and bright future, you said it best. He's a guy that you want to see in a program like that to try to make, get high school guys acclimated to going to the next level, and you enjoy it. That's what you want to do.
Of course, you look at his record, 20-6 into his 3rd season, and also our FNN Coach of the Season for the 2023 season. And of course, Eddie, you know this all too well. When one of your players, whether they're a star player or maybe they don't necessarily get the breaks as far as getting playing time at the D1 level, just when you can get to a Division I roster from the high school level, that tells you you've got some pretty good stuff on the football field.
Absolutely. Anybody, when those guys come calling, even if they just come looking, that lets you know the talent level, the ability level of that particular person. And sometimes it just takes a good coach to kind of motivate you to bring it out. It's a lot of talented guys that don't make it because they don't have the intangibles, and it takes a guy like Coach Gaines to bring that out of you.
Well, certainly something that Jake brings as far as for the Moody program when it comes to his youth and also his background as a D1 player, is relating to his players and giving them sort of a credibility as far as a younger person for what it's like to get to play at and get to the next level.
Well, they sometimes these young guys now that play ball, they only respect the guys, if they feel like you've been there and you've done that, and some of them, once you've been established in a program, they can understand it. But a lot of the younger guys, as we say, they from the Show Me Missouri State. You know, they want you to, you know, either done it or you able to do it, or show them some kind of evidence that you were capable of doing it, you know.
So what's your type of advice as far as the coaches out there, as far as just being able to connect with your players and get them to respect you?
Well, you have to understand that times change. You know, you still – I'm old school as far as, you know, believing that the core values such as having ethics and morality off the field carry over on the field, you know. Now, some of the younger generation don't believe in that. They'll say that you may be a little too old school, but I still think, you know, your great programs, your Georgias, Clemsons, you know, your Alabama Auburns and, you know, Oklahoma, people like that, I still believe that they teaching those guys ethics, and you have to have those traditional values off the field. And once you do, it's easy to coach on the field because you have the discipline to do what the coach asks you to do, you know, when it needs to be done. But, you know, that's one thing that I think some of the programs that have talented guys are missing.
Well, certainly a big thanks to all of our folks, including Jim Jacobs behind the scenes as far as getting us through this weather delay, and for you out there for sticking with us, as it looks as if we are just about ready to resume this football game.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
So it's a 4th down and 2. As there you take a look as far as what is around us at the top left-hand portion of the screen, while right in front of us, the Moody Blue Devils about to punt it away on 4th and 2 from their own 31-yard line. And, of course, a big thanks to all of our sponsors tonight here on the FNN Bluefin High School Football Game of the Week. Anniston Memorial Hoax Bluff Glencoe Funeral Home, another one of our proud sponsors here this season, as Oxford, clad in their black tops and the gold bottoms with those gold helmets with the big O on the side. And then white tops, white helmets, navy blue bottoms for the Moody Blue Devils. Moody set to punt as we are just about back underway. So it's a 4th down, and looks as if that the Moody offense is out on the field, as we'll have whistles blow to stop play. So the line to reach is the 33 for the first down, and we'll see. Looks as if Moody wants to try and get that first down. Early risk as Johnson up the middle, and he'll push the pile, needs, and gets the 33 and a lot more. Down the near boundary as he's wrestled out of bounds deep into Oxford territory, and that is a huge first down for the Blue Devils.
Well, you know, that had to be something that they were talking about during the weather delay was, you know, whether or not we actually want to go for it, because they left the offense out there initially, and then they changed to the punt team. So
I beg your pardon, Braden Wright that time on the direct snap, as he gets a huge first down as you took a look at that 4th and 2 run on our J-Mac H-back replay. First down and 10 inside the Oxford 35. Charlie Johnson back in, and we'll have a flag on the play before the snap. So that was a first down gain of 35 yards by Wright.
Prior to the snap, false start on the offense. 5-yard penalty.
As the false start moves it back 5 yards to set up a first down and 15, thanks to our indication from referee Noel Stevens. So they move the football from the 34 to the 39, but still outstanding field position and still a lot of options for Moody on offense. 3-man front for Oxford. Give off the right side, and good blocking off of that right side for, looks like Bavis Cave, or we'll say Cave that time, as he's able to get across the original line to the 29 on a gain of 10. As we'll take a look at the Moody offensive line here in just a moment. Delay give goes to Meadows as he bounces it off and or at least gets close to the first down at the 25-yard line. Jackson Randall, the left tackle, Caden Smith, the left guard, Brennan King at center, Jackson Huckabee at right guard, and J.B. Myers at right tackle. Also, we'll see some Fish Brinegar at right guard throughout this ball game for Moody. 3rd and 1. Johnson gives to Meadows, dances, and now accelerates for the first down to the 20-yard line. The first red zone opportunity in this ball game for either team.
Well, they run the inside zone, but all he's doing is once it pile up, he's cutting back out the back door. So, that's 3 times they ran the same play. So,
Miller Funeral Home, our first quarter coverage here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you every week by Bluefin Japanese Sushi and Steakhouse. Red zone opportunity on 1st and 10, play action. Here's a fade pass down the near sideline, and nice adjustment on the ball for the touchdown by Josiah Dozier.
Well, it's a great back shoulder throw right there. The defensive back was step for step with him, and a quarterback read that, and he threw him open. That's what we call throwing him open. He threw it to the back shoulder there.
Well, there you see the JMAC HVAC second look as far as what got Moody in that position for the 20-yard touchdown pass on the part of Johnson to Dozier. William Yates on for the PAT. The PAT specialist as his kick on the way. It is up and gets the job done as it's good. We'll take the timeout. Bluefin FNN High School Football Game of the Week as Moody strikes first.
Looking to transform your outdoor space? Look no further than Bama Sheds. As a family-owned and operated business, we understand your needs. That's why we offer no credit check rent-to-own options. Enjoy free delivery and setup within 35 miles of our 4 convenient locations. Whether you need a shed, pole barn, garage, or carport, we've got you covered. Visit our website at BamaSheds.com or call 256-268-8484. Bama Sheds, where quality meets affordability and your outdoor dreams become reality.
A 20-yard connection from Charlie Johnson to Josiah Dozier, the junior wide receiver, gets Moody on the board first as the kickoff upcoming for the Blue Devils. As there you take a look at the twin returners for Oxford. D.K. Wilson and Jalen Taylor once again set to return. And another kickoff coming up for the Blue Devils of Moody. Cal Overton ready to get the signal to meet toe to leather once more. End over end kick, a little short kick toward the far side at the 12-yard line. Toward the near side, Taylor gets some room across the 30 and tripped up that time, or he could have gone for a lot more as Jalen Taylor gets a good kickoff return of, we'll call that 23 yards to the 36-yard line.
It was a great return. Moody kind of got bunched up and got out of the lanes there, and you can't let those speedsters like that get outside because it could be a long day.
First down and 10 from their own 36 as Oxford went 3 and out on their opening drive. Win the lone setback. Mims gives to Wynn, has some running room, 40, and tripped up as he gets across the 40 to about the 42-yard line. Moody on defense will have Caleb Goff and Sidney Walton as the star and will linebackers. Jagger Ludoff and Barack Willis as the Mike and Buck linebackers respectively, as we'll take a look at the rest of the Moody defense after this second down play. Back split shotgun. Richardson in motion. Give goes to Wynn. Big running room right side and gets the first down close to midfield. Another look at the Moody defense up front. You have Cam Mallory as the defensive tackle. Henry Smith and Josh Willett alternate at the defensive end, and Bailey Abercrombie up front as the nose guard. Noah Hicks and Kylan Baker, the corners, and DJ Brooks and Brody McCutcheon, the south side transfer, as the safeties. First and 10, right at midfield for Oxford. Mims sets up the tunnel screen complete as Taylor has running room, angles, and gets away from the defense, has the first down, And he's slung out of bounds at the 35-yard line. First down again for Oxford.
That's a great call. They set him up, gave him motion to the wide side, and throw the tunnel screen back to the weak side.
J-Mac HVAC with the second look at Taylor with the reception on that tunnel screen as we're at 5.5 minutes to go. First heat time out of the ball game. We'll take it with them here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNM Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnm.bank. Member FDIC.
Does the crawl space in your home look like this? Standing water and high humidity are the perfect makings for mold and wood rot, and that means expensive damages to your home. Solve the problem with a call to the experts at S&H Waterproofing and Construction. They've been turning this into this for over a quarter century. Protect your greatest investment with a free assessment today. Get quality work at a guaranteed lower price. S&H Waterproofing and Construction.
A weather delay of an hour set us back as we're still in the first quarter with 5:33 to go in the opening quarter, and it also appears that there is an injured player on the far side of the field for Oxford. And we'll take a look as far as looks like number 67, Jaden Young, helped up to his feet by the Oxford trainers. So certainly hope he is okay as he'll get some help all the way across from the far side to the near side of the field. So I tell you, Eddie, that does not look good for young number 67.
No, you hate to see injuries. Like I said, when I played, I had a coach's mentality. Once somebody get injured, you're concerned, but you kind of get them off the field and next man up. But, since I've had an opportunity to look at it from the sideline, I hate to see any player get injured, man. I just hate that, man, especially if they're seniors, because you don't get the opportunity like college to have a red shirt year.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's even worse that they're not even going to the medical tent at the near sideline. They're just going to go straight ahead to the locker room with Jaden Young.
Well, that seems pretty serious there.
Certainly best wishes for him as the Oxford Yellow Jackets on their second drive of the ball game. Their first drive came in real time about a little after 7, so about an hour and 20 minutes ago when they got on the field for the first time tonight. So they went 3 and out on their first drive. And then it was 4th and 2 for Moody when the officials called the players off the field due to lightning in the area. And then the first big play of this ball game that went for 35 yards on 4th and 2, Braden Wright took a direct snap from the 31 and went all the way to the Oxford 34-yard line. And then about 3 plays later, Charlie Johnson hooked up with his wide receiver Josiah Dozier for a 20-yard touchdown. So Moody with the 7-point lead, but Oxford on the move as they're inside the Moody 40. Mims headed to Louisville for next season. Will be graduating early here at Oxford. Gets the snap. Swings it out and dropped incomplete as that was intended for Caleb Wynn.
It was a great read by Mason there. You had a cat corner on right there. The cornerback was creeping in on a blitz, and you always throw where the blitz come from. And safety didn't have time to get down there, so had he caught it, he might have still been running.
Caleb Wynn, the intended receiver, as it sets up a 2nd down and 10. Oxford coming off a 56-point performance on the road to open the regular season last week at Central Carrollton. Delay give goes to Wynn, trying to muscle his way through as he bounces it to the outside and makes a little bit out of nothing that time as he'll get Wynn will about 3 yards. 3rd down and 7 on the way.
Yeah, he made something out of nothing there. He should have been got a tackle for loss there, but he turned it into a gain.
So for Oxford to keep this drive alive, they need to reach the 26 for the first down. We go under 5 minutes to go in the opening quarter. Mims, shotgun. Plenty of time on the play clock at 11. And we'll have a whistle, and looks as if Sam Adams not too happy with his offense calls the first time out of the ball game. And we'll take it with him here on the Bluefin FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Looking to transform your outdoor space? Look no further than Bama Sheds. As a family-owned and operated business, we understand your needs. That's why we offer no credit check, rent-to-own options. Enjoy free delivery and setup within 35 miles of our 4 convenient locations. Whether you need a shed, pole barn, garage, or carport, we've got you covered. Visit our website at BamaSheds.com or call 256-268-8484. Bama Sheds, where quality meets affordability and your outdoor dreams become reality.
Our first quarter brought to you by Miller Funeral Home. As an important 3rd and 8 on the way for Oxford's offense. Mims surveys the D. Blitz comes, and the delay give, and good defense that time on the part of Moody as they sniffed out that draw play to win for nothing.
Absolutely. They was all on top of that play.
So 4th down, kind of no man's land, so you would imagine that Oxford going to try and get that first down on 4th down. Once again, the 26 is what Oxford needs to keep this drive alive.
Well, as we say, hey, you're too far to kick the field goal, and you're too close to punt.
So Wynn still out on the field. Also Taylor and Wilson flank out to the far side. 4 receivers on the play. Nick Richardson to the near side, one of those 2. 4th down. Under pressure, Mims. Rolls far side and now throws and just throws it away as it is a turnover on downs and a well-timed blitz that time by Moody as there is a flag on the field. So hold everything. Let's make sure who the flag is on, as right now Moody would be able to get off the field if it's on Oxford.
There's a possibility you could have had offsetting plays there because he threw in an area. I don't know if he was outside the tackle box, but he threw in an area where there wasn't a receiver. But you had a little extracurricular on this side. I think one of the defensive backs.
Noah Stevens to tell us here in just a moment, our head referee from the Alabama High School Athletic Association. This is a big call for both of these teams. And Noah Stevens about to tell us who the penalty's on.
During the play, illegal blindside block on the defense. That's a 15-yard penalty. Resumption of the penalty. First down.
Eddie, an early gift for Oxford to keep the drive alive. An illegal blindside block that you don't see normally on the defense that keeps the Moody defense on the field.
Well, and it was away from the play too, so I can imagine he's probably gonna get a good talking to when he goes to the sideline.
And that may be being very nice about it as far as the Moody sideline. 1st and 10. Red zone opportunity for Oxford. Mims pumps under pressure, steps up, and now throws toward the end zone, and it is out of bounds, incomplete. And that is intended for the slot receiver, Kanan Bozeman. Bozeman had gotten behind the defense, but not enough real estate to haul that inbounds.
Well, Mason stepped up beautifully in the pocket, but he just, he almost was sacked, but, he pushed up in the pocket, and receiver just ran out of real estate.
Under 4 minutes to go, still opening quarter, thanks to that 1 hour weather delay. 2nd and 10. Your standard 2-by-2 look for the high-flying Oxford offense. They want to try and equalize the Moody touchdown on their first drive. Mims. And before he can get the snap, there's the flag on the play, as it appears this game, or at least the play clock, ran out.
Right to the snap. Delay a game on the offense. 5-yard penalty. Still second down.
So delay a game makes it now 2nd and 15 from the 25-yard line. So far, a 20-yard touchdown pass for Moody from Charlie Johnson to Josiah Dozier has provided the only scoring, still very early in this ball game. 3 minutes and 43 seconds on the stadium clock left in the first quarter. 2nd and long. Mims gives off to Wynn off the left side as he'll inch closer to the original line of scrimmage. Gets about a couple of yards, as it looks as if so far Eddie Moody playing the run very well defensively.
Oh, doing a great job.
3rd down coming up. Line to reach the 10-yard line for the first down. Moody had a 4th down stop except for an illegal blindside hit that kept this drive alive for Oxford.
Moody got some pretty nice beef up front. I think they're giving Oxford offensive line problems up front.
3rd down as Richardson comes in motion. Blitz comes. Mims loses the football, and now they blow it dead as they call it an incomplete pass. Once again, aggressive defense that time by Moody. The front 7, a unit, a part of the defense that Jake Gaines really likes, playing well so far tonight.
Doing an excellent job. That was almost a Tom Brady tuck rule there.
I'm sure the then Oakland Raiders would love to have had that incomplete, or at least, would have liked to have had a different call than they had as far as that playoff game in yesteryear. Right now, the Oxford Yellow Jackets would love just to stay on the field and get a first down. It's 4th and 13.
Well, Moody's coming at them now. They sending the house at them, so.
Well, before we find out what happens, we'll take another timeout. Moody timeout. We'll take it with them. 7-0 Moody with the lead on the Bluefin FNN High School football game of the week.
At Glencoe Hooks Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, we see our community as extended family.
Hello, I'm Mark Box. My wife Holly and I would like to thank the families that we have had the honor to serve. We see our community as our extended family. That's why we work so hard to invest in our community and the families that call it home. At Glencoe Hooks Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, you'll find services that are tailored to meet your needs, whatever those may be.
Piedmont Cutoff Highway in Glencoe and Highway 431 in Anniston. Our family serving your family.
Fourth down and 13 on the way for the Oxford Yellow Jackets as Mason Mims and the offense for Oxford remain on the field. They have to make the 10-yard line to stay out on the field if they don't get a touchdown.
Big play right here. You want to watch for a draw right here. You know, they man-to-man coverage and sending everything, so you want to make sure they got that back covered because that's usually the guy that's probably going to run some kind of draw.
Play clock down to 10. Mims calls for an audible. Play clock down to 2. Snap. And the tunnel screen complete. Wilson in the middle of the field has room and should have the first down as he gets to the yard to make at the 10-yard line. And the drive should remain alive as we'll take a second look from J-Mac HVAC.
Well, you're in man-to-man coverage right there. That's just a blown assignment right there. That's a great call by Austin, but blown assignment. You don't want to give up the
Caleb Goff on the tackle, and I tell you what, Eddie, Goff may have saved the touchdown that time. In fact, an official's timeout, they're going to measure this just to make absolutely sure that this is a first down.
Well, no doubt. I mean, if he doesn't make that shoestring tackle, he walks in the end zone.
They have the ball right at the 10-yard line. There you see, and Goff's tackle, the difference between a first down and a defensive stop for the Blue Devils.
Well, hey, as a coach, we call that a toe spot or a heel spot. He got a heel spot there.
I tell you, that was so close that there you see our head referee, Noel Stevens, actually like crouch in, make sure that there was separation between the nose of the football and then that first down marker, and indeed a big defensive stop by the hair of their chinny chin.
Yep, you want that, those situations there, you want that toe spot right there. But just great football. It takes a lot of courage from the officials to make that spot as well.
D.K. Wilson had a head of steam and then just got tripped up at the ankles that time and stopped literally less than a nose at the football shy of the first down. So needed the 10 and got to like the 10.01 yard line. Johnson first down for Moody. And we'll have a whistle and a stoppage in play with flags on the field. A sloppy start on both sides when it comes to penalties.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of penalties. You want to clean that up. You got a false start. And, you don't want to go backwards and let Oxford get in, and then they can just start sending the house at you.
Well, certainly down this deep in their own territory, Moody doesn't want to turn the ball over, especially after getting all that momentum defensively with that fourth down stop. So Charlie Johnson and the Moody offense, second offensive possession of the night. And we have a little over 2.5 minutes to go, opening quarter. Football now around the 5. Give goes to Meadows as he'll get strung out and taken out of bounds for about a 3-yard loss. That was not going to work from the start as Oxford's defense aggressive shot the gap and blew that play up from the start.
Right, and when you're down there in that area right there, you have the option. You can kind of tighten up and send, they don't have that much space to move, so you can kind of send everything at them, and Moody has to be careful right here. And, be a little conservative, but you have to be careful. You're going to have to throw the ball to kind of some kind of quick play to get the ball out to keep the defense honest.
Second and long as there's the pop pass toward the near side, and going to be a dangerous situation for the Moody offense as they may have been, in fact, were just lucky to get that ball out of the end zone as receiving that pop pass was Elijah Rutledge.
Well, he was probably a half a yard from
for the Blue Devils from the half-yard line.
I was about to say it's about a half a yard from being a safety.
I think you're right on the mark that time as there you take a look at the football right between the goal line and the 1-yard line. So we will indeed call it the half-yard line. They need the 20, does Moody, for the first down. They just want a little breathing room. Not going to get a whole lot that time. May get to the 1-yard line check that Caleb Wynn on forward progress. Gets right back to the line of scrimmage.
Well, that's a defensive coordinator's dream right there to be on the half-yard line. You don't have to make a whole lot of calls. They'll just tell everybody to go.
Some tight operating space now for the special teams unit as Caleb Goff, a first-team punter last season. First-team All-State, that is, for Moody back to punt, and he is about as close to the goalpost as you can get from while still being in bounds.
Well, and you want to kick it away from the you want to kick it away and make sure that you get good coverage right there.
That's a great kick as Taylor receives, gets it inside the 35 for Oxford, and wrapped up. And I tell you what, Eddie, with how tight the operating room was for Caleb Goff, he got a good punt off.
He got a great punt off right there, and that was great coverage as well.
Still outstanding field position for the Oxford Yellow Jackets as we come toward the end of the first quarter. In fact, this might be the final play of the first quarter with just under 20 seconds remaining in the opening quarter. So first down. And if you're Oxford, you got to find a way to punch this ball in the end zone.
Absolutely.
First down inside the 35 at the 33. Mims, delay give. Wynn slips on the turf and maybe gets back to the line of scrimmage as they'll tick off the final seconds, the final 10 seconds here of the opening quarter. A very solid opening quarter for the Moody Blue Devils as they were able to take their opening drive in for 6 in between, or at least around the weather delay. As we are through one quarter of play here at Lamar Field on the campus of Oxford High School, the Moody Blue Devils 7 and the Oxford Yellow Jackets nothing.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Second quarter about to begin here on the Bluefin FNN High School Football Game of the Week. Dana Lacey's Elite Beauty Bar. Our second quarter coverage tonight as Moody has a 7-0 lead, but Oxford great field position as they have a 2nd and 10 from the Moody 33-yard line.
Well, in that field position wear on you too, James. It's that's one good thing that Oxford got going right now. So, they flipped the field and if you're a good team, eventually it's going to wear on you. It's going to wear you down.
I'll tell you what's going to wear on the patience of the Oxford coaching staff. It's going to be
false start on the offense. It's a 5-yard penalty. Still second down.
What's going to wear on the patience of the Oxford coaching staff, the little nickel and dime false start and offside penalties they've been getting this first half.
Absolutely, and that's just a lack of discipline. And that could be from just not being focused coming back from the weather delay. But, you want to clean that up as quick as possible.
Here's a quick throw for Mims, a hitch pass, far side complete. As good defense that time by Moody to contain that to a 5-yard completion to Jalen Taylor as they'll set the football up around the 34, the 33 they'll officially call it, so back to the original line of scrimmage. Line to reach to the first down, the 23-yard line, as we are just underway here in the second quarter. Mims and the Oxford offense stopped by about a half inch on their last drive at the Moody 10-yard line. Play action, pressure, nice job, and throw complete, and first down catch by Nick Richardson at the 21-yard line. Nice presence that time in the pocket by Mason Mims to get that out around the rush and keep that drive alive.
Oh, he did an excellent job. He said in there he knew he was going to get hit, and the blitz was just a second late, and he was able to step up and throw the ball and take the hit.
J-Mac HVAC showing you why Mason Mims will be going to the ACC next year. That was a 12-yard pass completion on 3rd down and 10 between Mims and Richardson. Mims back to the air, sets up the screen pass, complete to Wynn as he has running room and close to another first down as he is around the first down marker at the 11-yard line. So Oxford on the move. In fact, no huddle now for the Yellow Jackets.
Well, they're taking advantage of the Moody's aggressiveness. They know Moody's coming hard, and Moody don't have anybody on the offensive line that's taking screens and draws, and they should have. When I was coaching, I always had a defensive lineman that took screens and draws and a linebacker. You got to have 2 people on it because they're going to have a blocker that comes out, and right now somebody's missing that assignment.
Timeout on the field because they will once again bring out the chain gang to make sure that was a first down reception on 1st and 10 as the football at the 11-yard line, but a question of whether it's like 9.9 yards or the full 10 yards. A good look at the measurement here. They'll stretch out the marker, and that's another close measurement, and this time it's a first down by the nose of the football. So 1st and 10, and at the 11-yard line, Oxford can still get a first down without scoring a touchdown. So they can get a first down at the 1, but Oxford wants a lot more than just the first down. Their second red zone trip in as many drives, just their 3rd offensive drive of this first half. Man comes in motion to the far side. Mims under pressure and now dumps it down, incomplete, intended for Kanan Bozeman. Just as much as anything, some self-preservation for the Oxford offense for Mason Mims.
Well, they took the back out of the backfield in where the motion receiver, but Moody had great coverage on the back end.
So 2nd down. Around that 11-minute mark left in the opening half here at Lamar Field. And Moody, the upper hand, at least right now, but Oxford trying to get on the board for the first time tonight. Oxford stopped on 4th and just a little bit shy of the first down on their last offensive drive. High snap, but the give up the middle to Wynn. Lowers that head and gets to about the 10-yard line. Just not a whole lot right now on the ground for Caleb Wynn, as I think maybe his longest carry's been 5 yards so far in the first half, as you had looked like Abercrombie, Smith, and Mallory, and the front 7 for Moody combined to gobble up Caleb Wynn. So it's 3rd down and 9 from the 10.
Well, Moody's kind of stuffing they controlling the defensive line right there. They with 3-man front, they kind of stuffing the run right there. So
3-man front for Moody. Mims swings it out, complete to DK Wilson as he's corralled at the line of scrimmage, and he'll get thrown down in around the line of scrimmage. Nice job that time, as you had for the Moody Blue Devils, Kylan Baker come up from his defensive back spot on the tackle.
4th and 8 for the Yellow Jackets.
So 4th down, and looks at the field goal unit about to come out for Oxford.
Well, I was about to say, I'll just take points right here and get something positive out of this drive, and then you can go back and kind of regroup again, but you want to
P.J. Watkins, it appears, comes out for the PAT, or the field goal, rather. That is up and good from 25 yards out, as we'll take the timeout. As your new score, Moody 7 and Oxford 3 here in the second quarter.
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
From the Loft Tackle Store.
From the team in service.
From the team in parts.
From the sales team.
From the Bucks Island family, good luck and go get 'em, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Oxford kicks it off as the Moody Blue Devils take a 7-3 lead, and they're looking to get some good field position as the kickoff taken back by Josiah Dozier, who's already caught a touchdown pass tonight, and I beg your pardon, the field goal for Oxford by Eli Pesnell of 25 yards as the Yellow Jackets on the board with 9 minutes and a little under 9.5 to go here in the opening half. James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock, Shasta Jones then along the sideline, and our FNN crew here at Lamar Field in Oxford. Oxford and Moody going at it as Johnson throws the tunnel screen. That's complete, and good blocking upfield, as that's a solid first down gain for Rutledge. That's his second catch of the night. Elijah Rutledge, a freshman wide receiver.
Well, Moody said, you do it to me, I can do it to you. So they're the same screenplay that Oxford ran for about the same amount of yardage. So
they'll call it an 8-yard gain. Second down and short on the way. Meadows, the lone setback for Moody. Johnson back, time, throws down the field, has a receiver behind the defense, and it's overthrown and incomplete, as that was intended for Steven Sigler, the senior.
Oh, he had him. He just didn't put enough air up on the ball, just a little bit more air.
Now we'll take a look at our friends from JMac HVAC. And Johnson just a little too much on that ball. Maybe not quite enough air to let Sigler run under that ball.
And I think they took a shot because, it's, 3rd and 2. So, they felt like even if we missed this, we got an opportunity to get a first down. So,
just across the 40 at the 41-yard line where they spot the football. 4 receivers on the play as Johnson with 5 on the play clock. And before the snap, we have, it looks like a timeout for Jake Gaines across the way. His second timeout. So they have just one remaining, as we'll take the timeout with them here on the Bluefin FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Family owned and operated for over 50 years, Miller Funeral Home is committed to providing families with the finest services for their loved ones, including our newest service, Aquamation. Aquamation is a gentle, respectful, and eco-friendly alternative to flame cremation. Miller Funeral Home is the only facility in the state of Alabama that offers the Aquamation service. Call us or visit our website today to learn more about how we can serve you and your loved ones.
The Bluefin FNN High School Football Game of the Week brought to you as far as this second quarter by Dana Lacey's Elite Beauty Bar. As the Moody Blue Devils played well so far tonight, especially defensively, as they've held a high-flying Oxford offense to just a field goal, as we have less than 9 minutes to go until halftime. Oxford has a 3rd and 2 defensively awaiting them, as Moody trying to stay on the field, and Oxford, they want to get off the field.
Well, they ran the zone read a while ago, but and it looked like the middle linebacker was unblocked, so I was thinking they probably wasn't going to make it there. Everybody got to cover ground on that zone.
There's a nice fake and good throw over the middle, complete for the first down to keep the drive alive, as Johnson, good fake and also a pinpoint throw that time to Josiah Dozier for the first down.
Well, and what's great about that throw, James, he's a right-handed quarterback. He's running to his left, so he had to square his shoulders back up to make that throw. And, right now you got a battle of the quarterbacks right here.
Tell you what, Charlie Johnson, a senior, he's going to be playing some Division I ball next season himself, as he's a Georgia Southern commit. So he'll be going off to the Sun Belt Conference for 2025. Play fake. Time. Now to the near side. And Johnson gets taken down, maybe behind the line of scrimmage, as good pursuit and good discipline by the Oxford secondary to at least contain that play to no gain.
Right. He might have should have threw that one, though, to kind of keep, save his legs a little bit and, not take that hit and wear himself out on that run. Oxford had great coverage on the back end, so, he probably just should have thrown that one away. He was outside the tackle box, just throw it away.
Johnson, one of the tallest quarterbacks we'll see all season, 6'5", 175. Right in motion, he'll get the pop pass. He's surrounded, tries to reverse field, and goes down in the backfield for a big loss. For Oxford, number 47 that time, Deshaun Trammell comes up with the tackle for loss.
But Oxford had that play eaten up from the beginning, man. They had 3 guys that got great penetration, and, you keep that pop pass from getting to the outside. He got to turn back to the pursuit.
So a loss on the play of about 4, maybe 5. We approach 7 minutes to go in the first half, a low-scoring first half. Moody is yet to punt the football so far tonight. Johnson under pressure, and he throws it behind the line of scrimmage as that'll be a lateral and a big loss for the Moody Blue Devils back to the 30. That was a weird-looking play that time as you had the pressure coming in on Johnson, and I think he was trying to throw away the football, but while he was being tackled, he let go of the football behind him, and so they'll spot this football at the 29-yard line. So that's a loss of about 15 yards or so. And so it's going to be fourth down and about a couple miles to go as punting time as Taylor comes out to return for Oxford.
Well, you said it best, fourth and forever.
So Jalen Taylor set to return as a fumbled snap that time as Moody in trouble. As Caleb Goff at least gets some yards out of it, so not a complete disaster that time. But for Oxford, they get their fourth down stop, and once again, outstanding field position.
First and 10, Yellow Jackets from the Blue.
So it looked as if Caleb Goff didn't get a good handle of that snap.
Bad snap. It kind of snapped it high into his right side. He did an excellent job, though, actually saving probably excellent field position for Oxford, even though they got great field position here. You know, it could have easily been inside the 10-yard line if he missed that snap.
Well, Oxford was able to cash in on a field goal attempt after starting inside of the 50-yard line in Moody territory their last time out. In fact, they've started on the Moody side of the 50 their last, including this drive, 3 drives. And before the snap, we've got a stoppage in play and a flag on the field. Kind of not a lot of rhythm right now for the Oxford offense due to the pre-snap penalties.
Right. I don't know if the audible's getting them off.
On the offense, it's a 5-yard penalty, still first down.
So there you hear the Noel Stevens indication of a false start, so that'll move it back 5 more yards. That's about the 3rd or 4th time tonight that the Oxford offense has started a bit early.
And not to pick on my guys in stripes, but I think he might have made the wrong announcement. I think he said encroachment. That's a defensive call.
1st and 15. Delay, give, win. Bounces it toward the near side. Breaks a couple tackles and slung down out of bounds that time. As it'll be a 2nd and long coming up. As coming up to make the tackle was DJ Brooks from his strong safety position. So from a 1st and 15 to a now 2nd and about 10 yards. So back to the original line of scrimmage for Caleb Wynn.
Moody is giving Oxford some tackle ins, loops, and that particular time they on the far side they were able to get it in, but the linebacker that's supposed to have been on this outside here didn't get the way it was, and Wynn just had too much speed. He's getting outside.
So 2nd and 10. Mims fires it, and nice catch complete for a big first down by Jalen Taylor, who's had a rock-solid first half.
Great throw, great catch.
We'll take a second look at the J-Mac HVAC first down connection here. As a nice throw, but look at this catch by Jalen Taylor. Goes up the elevator and snatches it out of the air for the first down around the 20. So that's a gain of 19 yards, we'll call it. And keeps this drive alive in another red zone trip, the 3rd in this first half for Oxford. In motion comes Wilson. Screen pass set up, that's high and could have been intercepted. Looks as if Caleb Wynn had that ball almost come to the number 0 on the front of his jersey, but thankfully for Mims, it falls to the ground.
Well, they was on top of the back coming out the backfield that time, and the linebacker just kind of sat on the inside, and Wynn had to come to him.
Another Heat timeout. We'll take it with them. 5:52 to go, opening half here on the Bluefin FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
.552 to go in the first half, as it has been a defensive struggle for the most part, as Oxford has only managed a field goal here in the first half, and Moody scored on their first drive of the game, but that has been it so far in the first half. 2nd and 10. Here's the give to Wynn as he gets wrapped up and taken down at the line of scrimmage, as his fellow number 0, Caleb Goff, comes in for the tackle. I'll call that about a loss of a half yard on the play. So the run just has not been there so far in the first half, and I imagine for Sam Adams that's going to be a point of emphasis for him once they get to halftime. So they'll officially call it a loss of 1. Spot to reach for the first down is just shy of the 10-yard line for Oxford.
But Moody right now is playing extremely well on defense. The whole explosive team like Oxford.
Taylor with the tunnel screen complete. Gets to the 10 and the first down at the 5-yard line. Nice execution and play call that time from Oxford on the tunnel screen to keep the drive alive.
Well, it's just a numbers game right there. They just keep catching, Moody's overloading the strong side, and, they setting them up and bringing a tackle out and just looping him back on the inside.
Substitutions for both teams as we go under 5 minutes to go, opening half. Oxford 5 yards away from taking their first lead of this ball game. Tapley in at fullback. Here's the give to Wynn. Stutter steps, drives forward toward the end zone and shy by about a yard. 2nd and goal, however, on the way from the 1 for the Yellow Jackets. Oxford's slow coming out of the gate offensively, especially on their opening drive. They've started now their last 4 drives inside the 50-yard line, as they've owned the field position here in the second quarter, and they're trying to cash in that field position with 6 points.
Well, they're putting it together, man. They're getting that rhythm, which, I expected at the beginning of the game. They're getting that rhythm.
Mims under center. He'll try and sneak it with a little help, but the Moody defense up to the task as they stuff Mason Mims.
Now he has to go out the game because he lost his helmet.
Well, certainly the Moody defense not fooled by that, at least attempt at a sudden quarterback sneak, as we'll have a wave of substitutions now check in for Oxford. And
it's tough right here, James, because you got your leader out of the game, so you got to go Wildcat unless you got a lot of faith in the young guy that's coming in. Now if I'm Moody, I send everything at him. With Mason being out, I'll send everything I got at him.
Maddox Mims at quarterback, the give to Wynn up the middle and in for the touchdown. Oxford takes their first lead of the ball game with 3:13 to go in the first half. Just a tough, grinding 1-yard run for the touchdown by Caleb Wynn.
Excellent run. He gave everything he had. Just look at him. He just dug his legs down in there right up, followed his blocking and all.
So another PAT try, or the first one coming up. Second kick coming up for Eli Pesnell, as he had a 25-yard field goal earlier in the second quarter. Kick on the way. That is up, and that is good. We'll take the timeout. Oxford 10, Moody 7, with 3:13 to go until halftime here in Oxford. .313 left until halftime. It is Oxford 10 and Moody 7. As we're certainly what usually would be toward the final minutes of the ball game, but we had an hour weather delay right at least early in the first quarter after Oxford went 3 and out on offense. 3 plays that were at least from scrimmage from Moody before the officials called both teams off the field, and then they had about an hour weather delay as there's the kickoff from Pesnell to an up man at the 25-yard line. So for Moody, returning Bradley Blace, one of the wide receivers, a senior, as he'll advance the football to about the 32-yard line. We had about an hour weather delay. Looked as if we might have gotten some wet weather about this time, but we have somehow, folks, been able to avoid the wet weather. And it appeared as if at least the disturbance that was coming from our east to west has kind of fizzled out, and we should be dry for the rest of the night. 1st and 10 for Charlie Johnson and the Blue Devils of Moody. Here's the give to Meadows as he'll bounce it to the far side, and it gets out of bounds about the 37-yard line, we'll say. So that's a gain of 5 yards, as there's still plenty of time for Moody to get something going here on offense, as they sputtered on their last drive. In fact, had a ball that was unintentionally lateraled, we'll say, from Charlie Johnson on 3rd down, as here's the give right up the middle again to Meadows as he lowers those shoulder pads to the 40-yard line. About another 3-yard gain and sets up us 3rd and short. Moody got the first score of this ball game on their first drive as you had Braden Wright take a direct snap and go 35 yards on 4th and 2 from Moody's own 31 to set up a first down. And then 3 plays later, Charlie Johnson hit Josiah Dozier for a 20-yard touchdown pass.
Well, Moody want to make sure they get the first down here because you don't want to get that ball back to Oxford. You know, they kind of got a little rhythm right here.
Here's the give to Meadows. Goes right into the line, pushes to the pile, and gets the first down. Needed 2 and got 3 on the play. All of the scoring here in the second quarter has come from Oxford. A 25-yard field goal by Eli Pesnell, and then a 1-yard touchdown run by Caleb Wynn, along with Pesnell's extra point. So a narrow 3-point lead for Oxford late second quarter. 2 minutes to go, opening half. Give goes to Meadows that time. That's 3 straight carries for him as he gets a respectable 4, maybe 5 yards that time. Still plenty of time as far as Moody to try and at least engineer a last-second scoring drive. 1:37 to go, opening half. Moody a little more sense of urgency on offense. 2nd and about 6. Play fake, Johnson loads up. Throws, and that's overthrown, incomplete. He had a man streaking over the middle to the far side as that pass goes incomplete. I think that was Steven Sigler that was the intended receiver.
He had him. He just missed him. I think he kind of maybe panicked a little bit and overthrew it, but he had him wide open. If he hit him, he could have ran for a tremendous gain.
Under 90 seconds to go in the first half as the clock stops on the incompletion. Line to reach at the first down, the Oxford 47.
Well, you still don't want to get that ball back to Oxford either, with Mason back there because he can make some things happen.
Here's the give. It goes to Meadows as he tries to get out of a couple of tackles and cannot do so. As the tackle made by Desmond Whitson to at least get the stop that Oxford wants, and a timeout called for by Sam Adams.
And you know if he gets the stop, you're going to see a timeout.
We'll take the timeout with him here on the FNN Bluefin High School Football Game of the Week.
Cracked foundations and settling floors in your home is not the end of the world. S&H Waterproofing and Construction has trained professionals that will come out, give you a free assessment, and provide a solution to fix your problem. S&H has been in the business of waterproofing crawl spaces, basements, and foundation repair for a quarter century. Get quality work at a guaranteed lower price. To learn more, visit the S&H website, our Facebook page, or call to book your free assessment today. S&H Waterproofing and Construction, superior solutions.
Fourth down and 5 from their own 46 for Moody. Yes, it appears it'll be punting time with 1:14 to go in the opening half. James Hardy, along with Eddie Bullock, Shasta Jones down on the sidelines, as well as the rest of our FNN crew. Our second week of coverage here in the 2024 season had a special duo as far as our first 2 games of the season. Week 0 last week, including that incredible thriller up at Cherokee County.
Well, I know they got to punt that football right here. You punt that ball and you punt it back and you get a pooch kick right here.
Well, I think Jake Gaines may have some other ideas right now on fourth down and a long 5.
I don't think I'd give Oxford that football right here. I think he's just trying to draw him offside.
Well, the play clock is down to 5, and that appears that is what they're doing. Play clock down to 1, and there's the timeout called for by Jake Gaines.
Timeout, Moody.
So that's the final timeout. We'll take the timeout with them here on the Bluefin FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Looking to transform your outdoor space? Look no further than Bama Sheds. As a family-owned and operated business, we understand your needs. That's why we offer no credit check, rent-to-own options. Enjoy free delivery and setup within 35 miles of our 4 convenient locations. Whether you need a shed, pole barn, garage, or carport, we've got you covered. Visit our website at bamasheds.com or call 256-268-8484. Bama Sheds, where quality meets affordability and your outdoor dreams become reality.
Jake Gaines and the Moody Blue Devils use their final timeout, as it's been a competitive first half between these two teams, 5A Moody and 6A Oxford, as the Moody Blue Devils have played toe-to-toe so far in the first half, but Oxford has dominated field position here in the second quarter. Fourth down, and you would normally think punting time as Caleb Goff, the regular punter, as they went for it on their first drive on 4th and 2 from their own 31, and now Goff retreats towards kind of that 6-yard position. A little pooch punt that time. Gets a Oxford roll as it'll be down at the 32-yard line.
So it ain't so old school that I told you. You don't want him to give him opportunity to return it, because he, I believe they had who back there? Was it Britt?
Yeah, it may have been Britt or one of the stars in the first half, Jalen Taylor.
And those guys can break it easily, so you don't want to give them an opportunity to break something off long,
Taylor, an acrobatic 19-yard catch on the last Oxford scoring drive to set up Caleb Wynn's 3rd down and goal touchdown run from a yard out. 1:06 to go here in the first half. Mims and the Oxford offense ready to go. Mims tosses near sideline to DK Wilson, complete as he's wrapped up at the 41-yard line. Just one timeout at the disposal of Sam Adams, as the clock now rolling toward 50 seconds left in the first half.
We got to get out of bounds right there, though. He shouldn't have danced back in. He should have just went straight out of bounds on that.
Now the Oxford offense lined up. Mims, quick throw and complete to Taylor as he's taken down inbounds shy of the 45-yard line. Good tackle that time by the secondary from Moody. That came from Jacker Ludoff, actually from his linebacking spot. Clock at 30 seconds to go until halftime. First down as the play fake. Under pressure, and Mims goes down in the backfield. Backside, at least pursuit that time on the part of Henry Smith on the sack. You got multiple duplicate numbers as far as the sideline for Moody this season, but of course one of those numbers on offense, another on defense, as we have the final timeout of this first half used by Oxford. So you have Henry Smith that's the defensive number 4 on the roster this year for Moody, and then Bravis Cave, that's a kind of a hybrid wide receiver, a fullback, running back type of skill player on offense. Timeout on the field, as we certainly like to thank our second quarter sponsor for tonight's FNN High School Football Game of the Week, Dana Lacey's Elite Beauty Bar, who presents us our second quarter tonight. Also, don't forget our ball toss presented by Bama Sheds coming up here at halftime in their second season as far as tossing those yellow footballs out to the folks all across our FNN coverage area. Now we'll be to the north side of Calhoun County next Friday. Ohatchee and Piedmont will go toe-to-toe at the Field of Champions. 6:30 for a countdown to kickoff, and of course the 7 o'clock kick. 20 seconds to go. Mims under pressure, and he's going down. 25-yard line as you had a trio that time of Moody Blue Devils. Tio Fillo among those, helping out on the sack along with Barack Willis. So I think that the two teams will now just take it to the halftime locker room as we are through the first 2 quarters of play. It's anybody's ball game as Oxford was able to score 10 second quarter points to take a 10-7 lead into the halftime locker room here on the Bluefin FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNM Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnm.bank. Member FDIC.
At Glencoe Hooks Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, we see our community as extended family.
Hello, I'm Mark Box. My wife Holly and I would like to thank the families that we have had the honor to serve. We see our community as our extended family. That's why we work so hard to invest in our community and the families that call it home. At Glencoe Hooks Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, you'll find services that are tailored to meet your needs, whatever those may be.
Piedmont Cutoff Highway in Glencoe and Highway 431 in Anniston. Our family serving your family. At Glencoe Hooks Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, we see our community as extended family.
Hello, I'm Mark Box. My wife Holly and I would like to thank the families that we have had the honor to serve. We see our community as our extended family. That's why we work so hard to invest in our community and the families that call it home. At Glencoe Hooks Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, you'll find services that are tailored to meet your needs, whatever those may be.
Piedmont Cutoff Highway in Glencoe and Highway 431 in Anniston. Our family serving your family.
Halftime here at Lamar Field on the campus of Oxford High School as the Oxford Yellow Jackets lead the Moody Blue Devils 10-7, and we'll send it down to the field where the Moody Marching Band performs at halftime. At halftime, as we'll hear from the Oxford Marching Band after we take this halftime break. As at halftime, it's Oxford 10 and Moody 7 on the Bluefin FNN High School Football Team.
Does the crawl space in your home look like this? Standing water and high humidity are the perfect makings for mold and wood rot, and that means expensive damages to your home. Solve the problem with a call to the experts at S&H Waterproofing and Construction. They've been turning this into this for over a quarter century. Protect your greatest investment with a free assessment today. Get quality work at a guaranteed lower price. S&H Waterproofing and Construction.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Family owned and operated for over 50 years, Miller Funeral Home is committed to providing families with the finest services for their loved ones, including our newest service, Aquamation. Aquamation is a gentle, respectful, and eco-friendly alternative to flame cremation. Miller Funeral Home is the only facility in the state of Alabama that offers the Aquamation service. Call us or visit our website today to learn more about how we can serve you and your loved ones.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
It's the Oxford Yellow Jackets, the top of Moody 10-7 at halftime. We've seen the Moody Marching Band, and now we'll show you the Oxford Marching Band. The spirit of Las Vegas at halftime as far as our Oxford marching band will take the timeout. And both teams out of their halftime locker rooms as we're nearing the start of the third quarter here on the Bluefin FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Looking to transform your outdoor space? Look no further than Bama Sheds. As a family-owned and operated business, we understand your needs. That's why we offer no credit check rent-to-own options. Enjoy free delivery and setup within 35 miles of our 4 convenient locations. Whether you need a shed, pole barn, garage, or carport, we've got you covered. Visit our website at bamasheds.com or call 256-268-8484. Bama Sheds, where quality meets affordability and your outdoor dreams become reality.
At Glencoe Hokes Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, we see our community as extended family.
Hello, I'm Mark Box. My wife Holly and I would like to thank the families that we have had the honor to serve. We see our community as our extended family. That's why we work so hard to invest in our community and the families that call it home. At Glencoe Hokes Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, you'll find services that are tailored to meet your needs, whatever those may be.
Piedmont Cutoff Highway in Glencoe and Highway 431 in Anniston. Our family serving your family.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Approaching the start of the third quarter as both Moody and Oxford have come out of their respective halftime locker rooms and getting their warm-ups in before we get the third quarter underway. Our Bluefin FNN High School Football Game of the Week from Lamar Field on the campus of Oxford High School. And at least off to our right, the brand spanking new indoor facility, basically athletic facility as far as Oxford athletics goes, that they got completed certainly within about the last 18 months or so, and certainly looks very nice as we look off to our right. Hasn't at least on the field, the first half, surrounded by a 1-hour weather delay in the first quarter. Hasn't always been a thing of beauty, Eddie, but these two teams playing a competitive ball game so far through the first 2 quarters of play.
Very competitive. I love it, man. They just they're getting after it, and they are a little bit sloppy early, with a lot of penalties and all. But Oxford start getting in a rhythm in the second quarter and start making some things happen. So it's going to be interesting to see who comes out and who throws the first haymaker the third quarter.
And let's not forget, as far as our week ahead coming up on FNN Tuesday night, back up to Top of the River for our second edition for the season of the Tuesday Night Coaches Show, brought to you by Miller Funeral Home and Marine Works, as well as our upcoming, or at least our next trip up for the FNN Bluefin Game of the Week next Friday, 6:30 for our Tillison Bend Campground Countdown to Kickoff, and then 7 o'clock when Toe meets Leather for Ohatchee and Piedmont. And as always, following the game, it'll be a late night tonight as far as our Bucks Island scoreboard show. But at least, thankfully, we have somehow stayed dry here at Lamar Field, and we had the pleasure of visiting with Jake Robertson as far as the senior quarterback for the Ohatchee Indians, as far as our Snow Timber Company Player of the Week. So we're able to award him the opening Player of the Week for the season, courtesy of FNN. And we'll have another award to dish out this week, as well as more visits with coaches, players, and, of course, that look back to this week, the second week of the season, and then the week ahead to officially week 2, the third week. And for much of the state of Alabama, the opening week of region play to begin September.
Well, hey, y'all at one of my favorite eating spots, Top of the River, so I know I'm definitely going to have to make a date.
Oh, yeah, we're definitely settled in. Certainly would be more than happy to have you join us as far as our Tuesday nights up at Top of the River. So, to recap, as far as the minimal scoring so far in the first half, only scoring in the first quarter came from a 20-yard touchdown pass from Charlie Johnson to Josiah Dozier. PAT made it 7-0, and that was the score after 1 quarter of play. But Oxford dominated field position the second quarter. 25-yard field goal from Eli Pesnell, and then a 1-yard run from Wynn, along with the extra point, made it 10-7 in favor of the Oxford Yellow Jackets as we are about to get the third quarter underway. Our third quarter tonight brought to you by Southland Solutions. We'll certainly tell you more about them. We drop it, you fill, we haul it. So that's certainly what one of these two teams wants to do scoring-wise here in the second half, as we're about to begin the third quarter. Pesnell set to kick things away. And Moody back to return. So they'll have their dual returners, will the Blue Devils. As Pesnell pooches it away as we're underway in the third quarter, as that is fielded by an upman with a loose ball. Oxford says they have it. And let's see what the official indication is. A nice little squib kick that time, as it looks as if that Moody was able to get the football, and indeed, there's the official indication. So Elijah Rutledge able to rescue the possession to begin this second half for Moody, as they'll operate 1st and 10 from somewhere near their 30-yard line. It might be right at the 30-yard line, so decent field position coming up for Moody. Scored on their first offensive possession, but have not scored since, as they've also played a very solid defensive game in the first half. Johnson gives Meadows good running room to the 35-yard line, where he's taken down there for about 5 yards as Keenan Britt led the way on the tackle. Keenan Britt along with Mason Mims. We had, along with Coach Sam Adams on Tuesday night up at Top of the River. 2nd down and 5. Meadows dances his way for the first down, and a hard lick right in the middle of the field that time. As might have been Keenan Britt that helped out that time again on the tackle.
Yeah, he came down and he put a hat in there that time. Looked like he got a little gimpy on that play right there.
Yeah, maybe a little more than gimpy, a bit shaken up as Moody quickly to the line. And we'll have a timeout to stop the play. In fact, a flag on the play.
Back to the snap. False start on the offense. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
So 1st and 15 now, as Noel Stevens tells us it is a false start on the part of Moody. So already a couple of solid runs on the part of Meadows, the running back for Moody. LaCameron Meadows, the junior, 6 foot, 205 pounds. As he gets the carry, met at the line of scrimmage and taken down at the 40-yard line. So coming up to help out was Jaez Fleming, the sophomore for Oxford. No gain that time, 2nd down, as we're just underway in the 3rd quarter. Both teams begin region play to begin September next Friday night. Oxford scored 56 points to get their season started off right over in Carrollton, Georgia last Friday. Trying to get the defense to do it this week. 2nd and 15. Bubble screen pass to the far side. That's dropped and incomplete, intended for Bravis Cave, the senior running back.
Oh, it hit him right in the hands right there. It should have been a catch.
Yeah,
I think he heard footsteps.
That, and it appeared that Cave tried to advance the football before he fully caught it. So the line to reach for the first down is the Oxford 45-yard line on 3rd and 15. The Moody offense has sputtered over their last couple of drives, going back to about midway in the 2nd quarter. 3rd and long. Johnson sets up tunnel screen. That's complete to Sigler as he's taken down behind the line of scrimmage for a loss. Desmond Whitson, the senior linebacker, on the tackle. Take a second look from our friends at JMac HVAC, and there you see Whitson with an excellent open field tackle. In fact, good enough for a tackle for loss that time. And punting time for the Moody special teams. Caleb Goff to punt. And a solid night so far for Jalen Taylor as he's back to receive, that is, the line drive kick. Fielded at the 24. Taylor gets out of one tackle, reverses field, and trying to set up his blocks as he goes out of bounds across the 35 to about the 39-yard line. So that's a pretty good return for Oxford as they get some good field position to start off their 3rd quarter on offense from their own 39. Flag, however, on the play. So let's see if it goes on Oxford, might negate that nifty little return from Jalen Taylor. We've seen some of the acrobatic work at wide receiver and the speed for Taylor tonight as here comes Noel Stevens, the referee.
Here to return. Personal foul. Face mask. The 15-yard penalty from the end of the run. First down.
So a face mask goes on Moody, so that brings the football to a spot that Oxford was familiar with relative to starting field position in Moody territory across the 50 to the Moody 46-yard line.
Well, they got excellent field position right now.
Eddie, this is an opportunity for Oxford to assert control in this game.
Absolutely.
First down. Give to Win, or check that to, indeed to Win, as he gets maybe a little bit of yardage across the 45 to the 44. Caleb Win, a touchdown pass so far, I beg your pardon, a touchdown run in the first half. The only touchdown for Oxford so far in this game of 1 yard. Mason Mims has had some moments so far tonight, but hasn't had too many as far as the big plays in the passing game yet. As he lines up in the shotgun, Moody shows blitz. Here's the play fake, under pressure, and keeping it Mims as he gets closer to the first down inside the 40. That's a good, heady game management play that time for Mason Mims.
Zone read.
And that's just a mature play that time by Mims. Doesn't force the ball into coverage, gets some positive yardage, helps his team set up a third and very manageable situation at 3rd and 3.
Right. You want to keep those chains moving right here. Oxford need to get a first down to keep the chains moving and keep their hopes alive. You know, you don't want to do nothing fast. And again, you're in that too long to kick a field goal, too close to punt. So I'm sure if they don't get it, they're going to go for it right here.
Play clock at 4. Mims, under pressure, swings it out, complete for the first down, and good recognition that time. Eddie is Caleb Wynn on the first down pass reception. Wynn appeared that time to be the hot receiver as Mims recognized the blitz and the open receiver and got the ball quickly to Wynn for the first down. Had a couple of Moody Blue Devils that time on the tackle. Football now at the 35, needed 3 and got 4.
Moody seemed to just have trouble picking up that back out of the backfield and covering the tunnel screen on the weak side. You know, there's the back again out of the backfield. It's like
right on cue again is Oxford as that swing pass to Wynn also gets this time a big first down into the red zone at the 13-yard line. That's a gain of 18 yards. Check that, 22 yards.
The linebacker's just not getting there. He's got a bad angle and he just don't have the speed to catch up with him. You know what I mean?
J-Mac HVAC shows you that first down reception as Mims to the air, short pass complete over the middle. As that gets inside the 5-yard line, Nick Richardson on the pass reception, but there's a flag on the play.
Second and short for the Jackets. 2nd and 1.
First down and goal coming up. We'll hear from Shasta Jones in just a moment as Oxford ready to extend upon a 3-point lead. One of their best drives of the night so far as they started at the 46 of Moody. 1st and goal, and before the snap, we've got a flag on the play.
Flag on the field.
Well, let's go to Shasta while we determine the penalty.
Hey, I was able to catch up with Coach Adams coming back out of the locker room. He said that Moody's a good team. They have good defenders in the box and good players on the back end too, but they can do a lot better jobs of being themselves as Yellow Jackets and raise the level of execution. And he thinks they would have had one more score on the board if that had happened the first half. He said they had an unfortunate spot on the 4th down that didn't help them out, but let's see what they're about to do right here on the goal line.
Trying to take it in for 6 is right up the middle. Caleb Wynn near the goal line as he stopped about a half-yard shy. Very nicely done, Shasta, as far as your visit with Coach Sam Adams prior to the beginning of this second half is. We're almost at the first 6 minutes of this third quarter, so even though the drive started at the Moody 46, this drive has eaten up some clock.
Great job eating up clock, and, you know, you got it down in there and you got 3 more chances to score.
James Tapley in at fullback. The beep is in. Here's Wynn on the give, up the middle and in for the touchdown. Oxford extends their lead, now up 16-7. A second look from J-Mac HVAC and great blocking along the interior. Right up the middle from, looks like Latham as well as Sanderson at center and right guard to propel Wynn for his 2nd touchdown run of the night. A workmanlike effort so far the last quarter and a half for the Oxford offense as they have dominated field position, and now they're on at least approaching a 10-point lead. Pesnell's kick is up, and it is good. So we'll take the timeout about halfway through the third quarter. Oxford 17 and Moody 7.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns. Locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
Oxford extends their lead up 17-7 with 5:52 to go in the third quarter. James Hardy, Eddie Bullock, and Shasta Jones with you as we're awaiting kickoff. And we'll send it back to Shasta for what she found out from Moody head coach Jake Gaines.
Hey there. I was able to catch up with Coach Gaines as the Moody Blue Devils came back out of the locker room at half here. He said offensively they need to settle down. They had a couple of penalties that backed them up, and they came up on third and short. But they couldn't convert, and the longer their offense is on the field, the longer their defense rests. He's calling it complementary football. The longer the defense is there, it just made them tired, and they got to do better playing complementary football, and hopefully some corrections they'll make the second half. He said he feels good where they're at. And on down 3, they were down 3 last week at half to a really good football team as well, but they're about to find out if they've grown in the last 8 days or not. So let's go back out on the field and see what happens.
I'm glad you reminded us of that, Shasta, because that's something that Coach Gaines mentioned to me as far as how competitive they were in the first half last week in Gainesville, Georgia, before falling 31-7 in their season opener. Kickoff goes to right as he reverses field and goes backward as he's taken down around the 25-yard line. So this is an important drive coming up, Eddie, for Moody, as they're down 10 and they need to get something going, not only to get closer in this ball game, but just get some momentum back on their sideline.
Well, Oxford is playing smart football. I mean, that's the second time they've kicked that ball to that player, and he's running backwards. So he's losing about 7-8 yards on every return, trying to get to the wide side of the field.
Moody got a couple of first downs in their opening drive here in the third quarter, but then had to punt. Meadows, the big running back up the middle, not much that time, able to at least move the pile for about a couple of yards to the 30-yard line.
Yeah, he's putting them in a bad situation right there. Moody, Oxford is playing excellent field position right now. I don't think Moody's been across the 50-yard line yet, so.
Well, not certainly since their opening drive of the ball game, when they were able to get that 4th down and 2 from their own 31 as Meadows tries to bounce it to the right side and taken down right at the line of scrimmage. So you had Keenan Britt help out. Also assisting was Deshaun Trammell on the tackle. So the Oxford defense has stepped up their play the last couple of quarters or so, especially ever since they gave up the opening score of the ball game early in the first quarter. We had a 1-hour weather delay early in the first quarter, about 15 minutes of 10 to 15 minutes.
Face mask on the defense. It's a 15-yard penalty. First down.
Thank you to Noel Stevens as he tells us a face mask personal foul on Oxford that gives a free first down to Moody. We had about an hour weather delay due to lightning in the area, but we didn't get any rain out of that. But we got at least a bit cooler temperatures as we're now in the upper 70s as far as our game time conditions. Just a little over 5 minutes to go, third quarter. 1st and 10. Meadows off the right side as he's taken down from behind as Keenan Britt, an excellent game so far. As check that. Yeah, look, Cameron Meadows, who's gotten most of the carries tonight, stopped for no gain. Keenan Britt, an excellent ball game so far, as he's made his presence known here in the third quarter already. Close to 3 tackles just in this third quarter alone. 2nd and 10. Quick pass to the near side, caught. Trying to turn the corner with a flag on the play as the ball still in play, and good effort at that time on the part of the wide receiver for Moody, Elijah Rutledge, his 3rd catch. We'll see if that gets negated, however. Sam Adams is already pointing toward his right.
Right, I think he's wanting to move them back, because he wants to keep that field position, which is playing in the Oxford favor, so I would keep him on back there too.
So, indeed, a hold.
Got holding on the offense. The 10-yard penalty. Still first down. 2nd down.
So it's a second down and long is now some of the issues that plagued the Oxford offense plaguing the Moody offense here in the third quarter.
They just can't seem to get in a rhythm right now. You know, they trying to throw that little tunnel screen, but it's like he's floating the football out there. It's just developing too slow.
Rutledge comes in motion, now trips receivers at the near side. Johnson, plenty of time. Tosses down the field, has a receiver behind two defenders, and it is incomplete. You had Josiah Dozier wants a flag on the play, but just a little bit overthrown that time. That's the second time Charlie Johnson had a receiver behind the defense, but just a little bit overthrown.
Right, he has to put a little air up under that football.
He got a little more air under that throw compared to one he had in the first half in a similar portion of the field, but both of those went incomplete.
Flag on the field.
A flag on the play. So we'll find out who the penalty is on.
Got holding on the offense. That penalty declined. Third down.
Well, a completion wouldn't have mattered because a hold on Moody declined. So third down, 18 yards to go. The first down marker is all the way at the Oxford 45-yard line. So now officially 3rd and 20. Johnson drops, steps up, going to keep it himself and get some yards as he'll slide down to protect himself across the 40 to about the 42-yard line as you had a couple of Oxford linebackers in there. Daniel Timms Becerra, one of those, and Desmond Whitson near the tackle. Looks as if Oxford defense still on the field as initially the offense for Moody on the field, but they'll now set up for a punt formation. Caleb Goff to punt. Not the best of punts that time, but he'll get a favorable roll inside the 25. As that actually turns out to be a very solid punt for Caleb Goff, as that's a 39-yard punt with no return. Our coverage tonight brought to you by our friends at Miller Funeral Home, and also our third quarter tonight by Southland Solutions. We drop it, you fill, we haul it. Also, you can give them a call at 256-283-7946 for your residential and commercial needs. Also for driveway safes, dump trailer rental, roofing, construction waste, junk removal, and more. 1st and 10 from the 20. Quick pass complete. Right toward the middle of the field that time as D.K. Wilson gets out of the pile and advances it close to the first down for about a gain of almost 10 yards. Nice job that time of D.K. Wilson finding his way out of a pack that time as he gets close to and just a little bit shy, or now they'll say officially, because I see the chain gang move, it's a first down.
That's a tunnel screen again. Oxford just doing enough of what they have to do to make it happen.
A quick third quarter so far as we're under 3 minutes to go in the quarter. Oxford has scored 17 unanswered points after Moody took a 7-0 lead early in the first quarter. Mims to the line. Far side complete. As out of the pile goes Wilson, or check that, number 1 in Taylor, Jalen Taylor. A big game so far. The 6-foot junior receiver pushes the chains forward for another Oxford first down into Moody territory. So they move it 23 yards on that pass completion. Jalen Taylor showing you his speed so far tonight. Give to Win right up the middle. As he was tripped up, or he could have had a lot more, but still gets a solid 4 yards on first down. Past the 10 o'clock hour here at Lamar Field.
2nd and 6.
But a good pace going for this Oxford offense as they started at their own 20 and now inside the Moody 45.
It looked like they're wearing Moody defense down. Now, the defense been on the field so long, it's just they're not flying to the football like they were earlier in the first half.
Mims, tunnel screen, incomplete. Intended for D.K. Wilson that time. A better job of Moody of reading that tunnel screen pass as it'll set up a 3rd down and 6. Bailey Abercrombie near the area as far as the pass coverage that time. So, first down marker inside the 40 at the 37-yard line. That is where Oxford needs to go to keep this drive alive. And we have a whistle, and it appears that there was a pre-snap penalty on Moody.
Well, that made it easier right there. Instead of 3rd and about 5, you're about 3rd and 6. Maybe even be a
3rd and short certainly coming up. Instead of 3rd and 6, 3rd and 1 from inside the 40 at the 38. So imagine you'll see some more beef come in as a substitution for the Yellow Jackets of Oxford. As they'll send their short yardage personnel and a little at least mismanagement as far as getting the correct personnel in. Timeout on the field. We'll take the timeout with them here on the Bluefin FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
One minute, 52 seconds to go in the third quarter as Oxford has a 3rd and 1 coming up. They trailed 7-0 midway through the first quarter. In fact, after 1 quarter of play, they scored 10 in the second quarter to take a 10-7 halftime lead and now lead 17-7 on the back of a pair of 1-yard touchdown runs from Caleb Wynn. Imagine Wynn going to get the call here on 3rd and 1. Short yardage package in is Richardson in motion. Here's underneath give. D.K. Wilson gets stood up, and he may actually lose yards on that play. A run blitz that time utilized by Moody. Brody McCutcheon and others help out on the tackle. No gain, they'll say, so you imagine that Oxford are going to go for it inside the 40 of Moody. Opportunity for the offensive line here to step up and try and grind away a yard to keep their offense on the field.
Watch the quick screen or either the back out of the backfield on the little flare pass.
Win the lone setback as Mason Mims calls for an audible. We approach 1 minute to go in the third quarter. 4th and 1. Tunnel screen pass is complete, but diagnosed for a loss that time. As there you see coming up from behind on the tackle, Noah Hicks, the defensive back for the tackle first and a turnover on downs. A second look from J-Mac HVAC, and look at Noah Hicks that time, diagnose the play, get around the block from D.K. Wilson, snip out the play, and make the tackle.
Great play right there. They just, Oxford been hurting them pretty badly on that play. It seemed like they had it, they zeroed in on it, that particular play.
1st and 10, give to Meadows right in the middle as he pounds away to the 50-yard line. Let's see if that becomes a momentum changer for Moody as they get the 4th and 1 stop. And now Moody going no huddle. Here's the give up the middle, Meadows up for the first down. A little bit off of right guard that time as that momentarily stops the clock.
Well, I think Moody trying to score before the quarter ends, but regardless, they need to score on this possession if they want to stay in this ball game.
Down 2 scores as Johnson gives Meadows. Not much to speak of there, although second effort gets them to about the 42-yard line. About 4 or 5 players around the ball carrier for Oxford, including Jaez Fleming. this could be the final play of the third quarter for Moody. And instead we'll have time called to get the ball boy off the field here. Getting one of the footballs off, and there he goes. Now ready to resume play. 5 seconds to go. Give Meadows, stood up, and going down for a loss. There you see Keenan Britt that time lead the way on the TFL as the third quarter in the books. The Fours go up on the Oxford sideline as they take a 10-point lead into the final 12 minutes of play here in the Bluefin FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Cracked foundations and settling floors in your home is not the end of the world. S&H Waterproofing and Construction has trained professionals that will come out, give you a free assessment, and provide a solution to fix your problem. S&H has been in the business of waterproofing crawl spaces, basements, and foundation repair for a quarter century. Get quality work at a guaranteed lower price. To learn more, visit the S&H website, our Facebook page, or call to book your free assessment today. S&H Waterproofing and Construction, superior solutions. The Bluefin Japanese Steakhouse and Sushi Game of the Week on FNN is sponsored in part by Southeastern Utility Services, Victory Law, Talladega Short Track, McMichael Waste Services, JMAC HVAC, and Keepin' Clean. Now, more of tonight's Game of the Week on the Friday Night Network.
The Bluefin FNN High School Football Game of the Week. As the fourth quarter underway, Charlie Johnson scrambled for about 4 yards, but a holding penalty brings that back as we get the fourth quarter started. James Hardy.
On the offense. It's a 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Still third down.
Coach Eddie Bullock and Shasta Jones on the sideline as State Representative Steve Hurst brings you our fourth quarter here at Lamar Field. What could have been a very wet night here at Oxford High for the Yellow Jackets' first home game of the season has so far stayed dry. We had a 1-hour weather delay in the first quarter. Third and long, Johnson trying to find someone, now throws over the middle, and great catch complete for the first down and a lot more as Sigler down the sideline. That is a huge play, Eddie, for momentum as you see their sideline across the way celebrate that big first down reception.
That was huge. He stepped up in the pocket and let it fly, man, and Moody needed that if they want to stay in this ball game.
Steven Sigler, quiet for most of the night. The senior wide receiver comes up with a gigantic first down reception on 3rd and 17. All the way down to the 21-yard line, so call that 38 yards.
And Oxford only rushed 3 guys. Sometimes that can be a detriment to you when you, just play your regular defense.
Here's the give off the right side for Meadows. As second effort gets him close to the 10-yard line, maybe inside the 10.
That's a little bend play. They run his own to one side, and he's bending it back to the weak side. But Oxford is pretty much ready for it. He got some tough yardage right there, but Oxford was in position to make a play. They just didn't make the play.
Give to Meadows as he bounces it to the far side, breaks a tackle, and scampers in for the touchdown. We got a ball game, Eddie, as it's now 17-13 with just 59 seconds played here in the fourth quarter.
Got a ball game. They needed to score in third quarter, early fourth quarter, and they got it done right here.
We'll take a second look. Look at that run by Meadows as he bounces off a couple of tacklers for a 10-yard touchdown run. That's the first score for Moody since all the way on their first drive in the first quarter. There's the PAT kick up and good as we'll take the timeout. 17-14 in favor of Oxford, just starting the fourth quarter here on the FNN Bluefin High School Football Game of the Week. 17-14, 11:01 left in regulation as a 10-yard touchdown run from LaCameron Meadows, his first of the night, along with the William Yates extra point, makes it a 17-14 advantage. James Hardy, Eddie Bullock, Shasta Jones with you. And Eddie, it felt like for much of the last two quarters that Oxford had this game in firm control, but only a 10-point lead, at least at that point, as far as the highest lead for Oxford, and now it's anybody's ball game.
You are absolutely correct. And Oxford has to control this drive right here and try to get them some points out of it. You know, they don't need to go and 3 and out or, you know, a couple of series and then out. They need
Overton, a pooch kick, anybody's ball as Moody gets the football as they have it at the Oxford 21-yard line. Well executed that time by Cal Overton, as we'll take another look on that kickoff from J-Mac HVAC. Appears, Eddie, nobody stepped up to at least take charge of that football, as looks as if the former Southside Panther in Brody McCutcheon comes up with the loose football.
Well, the first guy did what he's supposed to do. You tackle one who's fielding the ball, and you let teammates recover the ball, and that was well executed by Moody.
It appeared that Cedric Twyman was the closest Oxford Yellow Jacket to the kickoff. First down and 10 from the Oxford 27 for Moody. A high snap that time as Johnson just kicks it out of bounds into Moody territory. So 3 steps forward and about 2 steps back that time for Moody as they get the pooch kick on the fumble and then have an airmailed snap for a big loss.
They're more or less 10 steps backwards. I mean, that was just a disaster.
Yeah, you might be right about that. Actually, you are right about that, Eddie. That was a disastrous snap for Moody, as might be a flag on the play as well.
It looked like the quarterback just wasn't ready.
Got illegal kicking on the offense until it's 5 yards from the spot of the foul. Second down.
So not only the loss of yards on the snap, but also tack on 5 yards for the illegal kick, as Charlie Johnson just wanted to make sure his team still had the football.
Please put 10:35 back on the clock. 10:35.
So Noel Stevens requests 3 more seconds to be added to the clock, so 10:35 officially to go. There you have it. At the top of your screen, left to go in tonight's football game. Up for grabs right now, just like it was last Friday, up at Bobby Joe Johnson's field in Cherokee County.
I guarantee you, whichever way the outcome is of this game, you'll have that coach said, looking at the opportunities that they missed and things that, they maybe should have executed on better because it's just too many mistakes, on both sides at crucial points in the game.
Yeah, certainly both teams have had more than their fair share of sloppy play tonight. Not a lot of turnovers to speak of. Really not a lot of punts I think we've only had maybe a couple of punts combined from both of these teams, and I think both of them, well, maybe Moody's had 1 punt tonight and Oxford a couple. But for that, it's been a low-scoring ball game as Oxford, on their touchdown drive in the third quarter, kept the ball for, I think, about 5 to 6 minutes of that drive.
It's almost like neither team wants to take take control of the game, It's like.
The ball went out of bounds at the 41-yard line. Oxford has decided to decline the penalty and take the ball where it went out of bounds. Second down.
So that's interesting. The officials had to make sure that they got the call right that time. So the penalty officially declined because the ball, when it was kicked by Charlie Johnson, went backward a few more yards. So Oxford declines the penalty, and now it is a second and about 3 miles to go.
Which is excellent, because you flip the field again, and they have less downs to do it in now.
Here's the play fake as Johnson under pressure, running for his life, and now tosses, and that's complete to Dozier as he gets to the Oxford 45-yard line, but they need to get all the way to the Oxford 18 for the first down.
And he would have still been running if he'd have been on his feet because
Let's take another look at the JMac HVAC replay. Yeah, you're right. Dozier slipped that time. Might have gotten at least 5 more yards. 3rd down and 25 from the Oxford 46-yard line. Actually, might be a little further than that, as they got to get all the way to just inside the Oxford 18.
Oxford is putting a lot of pressure on Moody with just 3 rushes, though.
Here's Johnson down the field, has a receiver, and it is intercepted in the end zone. What a play that time by the Oxford defense as they come up with a huge interception from D.K. Wilson.
Well, he just underthrew him a little bit. That's a great play by Oxford right there, but that's a great play by Moody as well. He just underthrew him by a step.
I looked back there initially when the ball was thrown, and Dozier had gotten behind his man, but as you mentioned, Eddie, that ball was underthrown, allowing for the Oxford interception. That's the biggest replay we've had from our friends at JMac HVAC. And give them a call at the number at the top right-hand portion of your screen. For your residential, commercial, and industrial needs at 256-405-0158.
Well, Oxford, the turnover on the kickoff didn't hurt them. They were able to withstand it, so that's what you want to do. You want to see you have any kind of resiliency.
I'll tell you what, give a lot of credit to the hustle of D.K. Wilson for being able to retreat, catch up to the ball, and make the play, maybe the biggest play of the night for Oxford.
You're correct. He covered some ground, at least 5 yards, out of a back pedal.
Here's Wynn on the ground, not much that time. I'll tell you what, the Moody defensive line has come ready to play, Eddie, as all night long is up at the line of scrimmage. Moody has really had the advantage defensively against Oxford's offensive line.
Absolutely, and Oxford kind of neutralized them with the quick game, the tunnel screens, and Moody hadn't been able to pick up that back out of the backfield, and Oxford has had great success. So don't be surprised if you see the back come out of the backfield. The inside linebacker is the one that's got him, and he's just not getting there.
Here's the play fake and the quick throw. Wilson turns it upfield at the 25-yard line. Still on his feet and taken down at the 30-yard line. Close to, and from where they're going to spot that ball, that should be enough to move the chains. Needed the 31. Ball spotted right at the 31-yard line. Chain gang moves forward. It's an Oxford first down. Time starting to get precious here in the fourth quarter as we're under 9 minutes to go in the game. Oxford hanging on for dear life, up 3. They've had as much as a 10-point lead here in the second half. Wilson in motion. Here's the quick throw over the middle. That's complete to Richardson as he spins out of one tackle, gets in the open field, still on his feet, and now out of bounds in Moody territory at the 41-yard line. JMac HVAC second look as you take a look at Nick Richardson, who's been quiet for most of the night, come up with a big first down reception.
Yeah, absolutely. He made a great play then. A lot of yak yards right there.
I tell you what, Eddie, this is good early season simulation of the postseason for both of these teams, especially for Oxford. Postseason-wise, this is the type of drive in November you need to punch this ball in the end zone with a narrow lead. 1st and 10. Men's pump fakes under pressure and taken down. Near midfield that time as Teofilo steps up. Check that, Bailey Abercrombie, the senior, on the sack.
Well, you had a double screen set up there, and I think Mims normally look one side and then come back to the other side, and that particular time he didn't come back quick enough. They might have been running to the end zone if he had gotten back to this near side with that ball.
Under 8 minutes to go. Loss of 7 on the sack. Line to reach the 30 for the first down. Blitz comes, and the throw fade pattern down the far sideline and incomplete. Great coverage that time by Moody's Kylan Baker, the cornerback, as there is a flag on the play as Kanan Bozeman, the intended receiver. We'll find out as far as Noel Stevens, the official, Our head referee that's been a very busy white hat tonight. It appears might be a pass interference penalty, but we'll find out officially here right now.
Pass interference on the defense. 15-yard penalty. Still second down.
So a pass interference penalty on Saturdays and Sundays. That's an automatic first down, not on Friday nights, however.
You're absolutely correct.
So still helps the cause of Oxford as that gets them a lot closer to the first down. Instead of 2nd and 17 or 3rd and 17, it's a 2nd and 2.
2nd and 2 for the Yellow Jackets.
More importantly, can use up a little more of the clock for Coach Sam Adams' Oxford Yellow Jackets. As we'll have play come to a halt here. As the officials, looks like Noel Stevens going to the far sideline to check something out. Not exactly sure what exactly the matter is across the way, but it appears whatever has occurred, taken care of, and we're about to get this play back underway. Oxford trying to extend their lead to 2 scores. A little early movement along the line of scrimmage. Oxford offensive line wants an offside. They don't get it. Play clock at 6. Mims gives to Wynn as he's bottled up and gets maybe a half yard on the play. Tackle made by Barack Willis, the Buck linebacker. So you have a star linebacker, a Will linebacker, a Mike, and a Buck linebacker in the defensive 3-4 arrangement for Moody. Flag on the play.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct on the defense. It's a 15-yard penalty. First down.
I'll tell you what, Eddie, when you simulate a postseason playoff-like game, that is a killer type of penalty when it comes to November.
Right. You don't want to do that. You don't even want to do that early during the season, man. That just, those are momentum killers. If you're on defense and if you're on offense, those are drive killers. I mean, they just, they had them where they want them, and now you gave them an extra 4 downs right there.
So 1st and 10, a red zone opportunity as Oxford has a chance to increase their lead to as much as 10. This is red zone trip number 5 tonight for Oxford. Now, their first red zone trip, they got stopped literally a half-inch short of the first down at the 10-yard line. That coming in the first quarter. And ever since then, they've scored on their most recent 3 red zone trips.
Oxford just want to make sure right here they punch it in so they can have a little insurance right here. Touchdown to kind of give them a little security.
Here's the lateral pass to Boseman. That's high. And, Oxford fortunate that time, Eddie, that Moody didn't pick the ball up and run it all the way back.
Right. I mean, sideline was their friend then because
I bet you Kylan Baker would love to have that one back because he had his eyes on that black end zone off to our right. Oh, man. I think Kylan Baker will be killing himself if he sees the film of that play again.
I agree.
The only man that might be wishing to have that play back is head coach himself, Jake Gaines.
Well, and that reminds me of the game last week with Cherokee County and Piedmont. I mean, 2 interceptions that could have possibly got the game in overtime, and you dropped them, and as a result, you end up losing the game.
Here's the give to Wynn on 2nd and long. And that doesn't get very much back to the 31-yard line. So we'll see what Sam Adams has in the bag right now for a 3rd and a long way to go. They need to get all the way to the 7-yard line for a first down. So it's 3rd and 24 to go.
Well, don't be surprised if you see a middle screen, if you see a tailback flare, or if you see a tunnel screen by the receivers, because those been their bread and butter plays. So, hey, if it worked.
3rd and long. And before the snap, we've got a timeout for Oxford. Let's take the timeout with them. 6:42 left in the ball game. Oxford 17, Moody 14.
Family owned and operated for over 50 years, Miller Funeral Home is committed to providing families with the finest services for their loved ones, including our newest service, Aquamation. Aquamation is a gentle, respectful, and eco-friendly alternative to flame cremation. Miller Funeral Home is the only facility in the state of Alabama that offers the Aquamation service. Call us or visit our website today to learn more about how we can serve you and your loved ones.
SNH Waterproofing brings you our Bluefin FNN High School football game of the week. Down the wire they come tonight here at Lamar Field. Not exactly an artistic beauty tonight, but a hard-fought game with Oxford leading 17-14. 3rd and 24. Mims with pressure coming, steps up, breaks a tackle, flushed to the far side, and now throws an incomplete. Just throws it away into the Moody bench, as we'll have a 4th and 24 coming up. Representative Steve Hurst brings you our fourth quarter. Also, our FNN Game of the Week brought to you by our longtime friends at FNN Bank. 6.5 minutes plus 5 seconds, so 6:35 to go. And a down-to-the-wire finish, we're expecting it for the second consecutive week here on the FNN Game of the Week, presented by Bluefin.
Well, he was a little lucky on that play right there. He should have been sacked for a loss right there.
4th down and 24, as we'll have a whistle and a timeout. Timeout, Moody. Let's take the timeout. 6:35 to go. Oxford up by 3 here on the FNN Game of the Week by Bluefin.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
The Bluefin Japanese Steakhouse and Sushi Game of the Week on FNN is sponsored in part by Southeastern Utility Services, Victory Law, Talladega Short Track, McMichael Waste Services, JMAC HVAC, and Keepin' Clean. Now, more of tonight's Game of the Week on the Friday Night Network.
From the heart of Calhoun County, the Calhoun County Commission brings us along with Bluefin Sushi and Japanese Steakhouse, our FNN Game of the Week tonight. 4th down and 24. 1 timeout for Oxford left, 2 for Moody. Mims steps up, dumps it down complete at the 29-yard line. As it's Taylor, needs the 7, driving forward, and he's close to the first down. And if they spot it where I think they do, that might be a first down, Eddie. Give a lot of credit, and maybe the best player on offense in addition to Caleb Wynn in short yardage situation, Jalen Taylor, as you take a look at that JMAC HVAC replay. And I think, Eddie, that Taylor might have gotten the first down, and he did. All Jalen Taylor that time as Mims dumps it down to Taylor on about a 5-yard crossing pattern. And then you see on this replay, Eddie, the second look, or at least the second effort for about the last couple of yards, right at the 7 where he needed it, and he got it.
That's just great individual effort.
That could very well be the game-changing play if Oxford can punch this in and come out with a win. It'll be a hard-fought win for one of these two teams tonight. 1st and goal from the 7. Wynn up the middle and falls forward inside the 4 as he gets to about the 3-yard line. But most importantly, time starting to become a factor for Moody. We're almost halfway through the 4th quarter as fresh substitutions come in for the Moody Blue Devils. Both teams will need that Grub Mart 99-cent bag of ice after this one. Under 6 minutes to go in the game. And before the give, we've got a flag on the far side of the field. And you would imagine from where that flag was thrown could be a false start.
Prior to the snap, false start on the offense, 5-yard penalty, still second down.
Move it back 5 yards for second and goal now. We'll come a bit closer to the 10-yard line. And looks as if we've got another flag that just came in at the near side. And I think this one is one of those unsportsmanlike conduct type of penalties. A flag in the end zone at the near side, at least closest to our Shasta Jones down there. As we'll find out from Noel Stevens here.
There was 2 fouls on the play. We had a dead ball, false start on the offense. We had illegal substitution on the defense. Those penalties all set. Still second down.
Wow, you don't see that every day. Kind of an unusual offsetting penalties here. A false start on one side and then an illegal substitution on the other.
Absolutely, and I'm,
So they'll spot the ball right at the 2-yard line on second and goal. Give to win, and before that, a flag on the play. I don't think they'll be taking all that yellow laundry to the cleaners as many times as it's hit the turf tonight.
You're absolutely correct.
Right to the snap. False start on the offense. 5-yard penalty. Still second down.
Well, at least it's the artificial variety for those for the yellow hankies out there tonight.
We call that back in my day trying to get a head start.
That's exactly right.
Oxford is trying to get a head start on that play.
I tell you what, certain other games in the county tonight that got a lot more rain, they definitely would have had some laundry to take home with them. We'll take the timeout. The timeout on the field as Moody down 3, 17-14 to Oxford late in the fourth quarter.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
At Glencoe Hooks Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, we see our community as extended family.
Hello, I'm Mark Box. My wife Holly and I would like to thank the families that we have had the honor to serve. We see our community as our extended family. That's why we work so hard to invest in our community and the families that call it home. At Glencoe Hooks Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, you'll find services that are tailored to meet your needs, whatever those may be.
Piedmont Cutoff Highway in Glencoe and Highway 431 in Anniston. Our family serving your family.
7, Mims rolls under pressure, steps up, and now tosses back end zone touchdown for Oxford. First touchdown pass.
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
from the Loft Tackle Store,
from the team in service.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Anniston Memorial Hooks Bluff Glencoe Funeral Home brings you our Game of the Week. Our FNN Game of the Week also brought to you all season long by our friends not too far away from here, about an extra point from Lamar Field, or maybe a little lengthy field goal at Bluefin Japanese Sushi and Steakhouse. James Hardy, Shasta Jones on the sidelines tonight, and, of course, Coach Eddie Bullock riding shotgun with me tonight as far as our top row location here at Lamar Field. Pesnell set to kick things away as Oxford a bit more breathing room right now on the home sideline, as Moody has given them a fight so far in this fourth quarter, and Oxford has had a couple of leads of 10 points now as they're trying to take this home with another W to open up the home portion of 2024. A short end over end kick fielded at the 33-yard line after the penalty. As stood up that time was Sigler, as he'll advance the football from the 33 to about the 43-yard line. Maybe still a little bit of an opportunity to get back in this ball game for Moody, but with 5:13 to go, that window of opportunity starting to close.
And it's closing quickly, too, because 5:13 is not a lot of time, for, the time of possession that each team has control of the football. So, whatever Moody's going to do, they better do it in a hurry.
Johnson in the shotgun is early movement, and there comes the flag for an offside on Oxford.
Mark to the snap. Encroachment on the defense. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
Looked as if P.J. Watkins got an early head start that time along the defensive line. So that moves the football to the Moody 47-yard line. A little late getting out tonight because we had a 1-hour weather delay very early in the first quarter due to lightning in the surrounding area. A pass incomplete as there's some pressure from the backside as the intended receiver was Jelida Rutledge. Rutledge, 3 catches tonight. Josiah Dozier, a 20-yard touchdown reception tonight, and also LaCameron Meadows with a 9-yard touchdown run for the 2 scores for Moody. Couple of touchdown runs of 1 yard on each touchdown run for Caleb Wynn, and then the 7-yard Mims to Mims connection on Oxford's most recent drive. Mason to Michael Mims. Here's the check down pass complete. Far side goes Meadows as he rumbles up the far sideline and gets the first down into Oxford territory.
Oh, he got some speed too, man. He made one guy miss, and it's like he turned on the afterburner. So
he's more the physical running back that Jake Gaines has, as he's had certainly some moments as far as the running back position. Still 5:02 to go in the ball game as the clock stops with the first down and the ball out of bounds. Johnson has the receiver down the near side, a jump ball and incomplete. That ball hung up a little bit because there is an open receiver around the numbers, but the ball hanging up there allows the defense to knock it away.
Well, he made a great throw, though. The guy, he was going to try to throw it deep in the end zone, but the safety was coming over the top, so he threw that back shoulder pass, and he gave his guy a chance. Safety just made a great play.
Yeah, it looked as if Cedric Twyman came in to knock that ball away.
Yeah, Twyman made a great play. He made the adjustment. He was over the top and came back and made a great play.
Second down. Johnson. Protection. Dumps it down complete. Good surrounding defense that time by Oxford as Sigler makes the catch, but for only about 4, maybe 5 yards that time. And Oxford's defense, they're more than content to give up the short passes to let that clock continue to run.
Well, and when you catch those short passes like that, you got to run hard for the sideline. You know, they're stopping trying to make some on the inside, and can't do that. You got to run and get that ball out of bounds. Use the sideline as your
3rd down and 5. Throw to the near side, out route complete for the first down, so that stops the clock for Dozier as he steps out of bounds. 4:17 left in the ball game. The clock, the friend of Oxford right now, and most importantly, a 10-point advantage in favor of Oxford.
Right, and that's how you got to do it if you're Moody. If you're Oxford, you want to take the sidelines away. You want to keep them in bounds. You know, make them use their timeout.
That was a 10-yard pass completion. Johnson to Dozier. Charlie Johnson, one of the top 70 players in the state of Alabama, according to 247 Sports, as Johnson steps up, keeps it himself, and slides down shy of the 20-yard line. Charlie Johnson, not his best game tonight, but both teams have fought hard despite numerous mistakes on both sides of the football. As Oxford trying to hold on to a 10-point advantage. We go under 4 minutes left in the ball game. Oxford needs 2 scores to either tie or win. Or check that Moody, that is, as Johnson zings it over complete, shy of the 10-yard line, and that will be good enough for another Moody first down. Looks like either Sigler or Dozier. Check that. Dozier, I believe, on the catch. Dozier, a 20-yard touchdown reception on the very first drive of the ball game for Moody.
Well, he's zipping that football right now, man. I mean, he looks good doing it. Just wonder if he's going to have enough time.
Well, there's still 3:43 to go, and the football inside the 15-yard line. However, Moody just 2 timeouts. Oxford shifting their defense. Play clock down to 2. Johnson tosses toward the end zone and incomplete. A bit high that time for Josiah Dozier as Wilson on the coverage for Oxford. So no real risk that time as far as turning the ball over for Charlie Johnson as the clock stops at 3:38 to go.
Well, Johnson threw it where you have to. It's either your guy get it or it goes out of bounds. You know, you don't underthrow a back shoulder, and when you got coverage, you got a guy underneath and a guy over the top.
2nd down. Johnson gets away, and now under pressure, he'll keep it and run down the sideline, and he's close to the first down as he's out of bounds around the 6-yard line. So the clock stops. 3.5 minutes to go in the ball game as State Representative Steve Hurst brings you our 4th quarter. We'll be up.
I think right there Johnson got to lower his shoulder and try to make something happen. Being 6'5", he got to try to make something happen there.
We'll make the trip up Highway 21 next Friday. Field champions, a 3A Region 6 clash between Ohatchee and Piedmont. Also, the FNN Tuesday Night Coaches Show at 7 o'clock from Top of the River up Highway 21. There's the give. Meadows bowls out of a tackle out of 2 and gets in for the touchdown. That was an impressive run that time by LeCameron Meadows to get his 2nd touchdown of the night.
That was excellent. I mean, they bouncing off him like pinballs.
The special teams unit coming out for the PAT. As William Yates will come on, as we'll take a second look from J-Mac HVAC on this 5-yard touchdown run.
Just got one guy, can't bring him down, man.
Oh, Tapley and then Britt couldn't make the tackle as the kick from Yates is up and good. We'll take the timeout. 24-21, Oxford with the lead with 3:25 to go in regulation here in the Bluefin FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Moody got 2 timeouts.
Looking to transform your outdoor space? Look no further than Bama Sheds. As a family-owned and operated business, we understand your needs. That's why we offer no credit check, rent-to-own options. Enjoy free delivery and setup within 35 miles of our 4 convenient locations. Whether you need a shed, pole barn, garage, or carport, we've got you covered. Visit our website at bamasheds.com or call 256-268-8484. Bama Sheds, where quality meets affordability and your outdoor dreams become reality.
Late in the fourth quarter, 3:25 to go in regulation as LaCameron Meadows scored his second touchdown of the fourth quarter. A 10-yard run to begin his scoring in this quarter, and then on the most recent play from scrimmage, a 5-yard touchdown run. Both place kickers have made all of their PAT and field goal opportunities, as we'll see if what Moody has up their bag of tricks here on the kickoff. Could see an onside kick, couple of timeouts still with 3:25 to go, so onside kick not a guarantee necessarily in this situation for Cal Overton. Overton approaches the ball, and he'll just pooch it away. Far side as that falls to the ground, anybody's ball. As Oxford's DK Wilson, thankfully for the Yellow Jackets, comes up with it and runs out of bounds. We've seen one of those kicks be an adventure for Oxford and was again on that kick.
Absolutely, and that's an excellent play right there. You know, all you got to do is hold them 2 down, get a timeout on 3rd down, and make them punt it, and you in business. But the key is going to be to stop them if Oxford get a 1st down, you know.
Well, certainly Sam Adams just wants to get this game to the finish line with his team ahead and get in the locker room with a W.
Well, see, you're in a situation right here where, you know, the defense, you can just pin your ears back and go right here. You don't want to give them room.
Wynn and Wilson, the running backs. Plenty of time on the play clock as they'll spot the football just outside the 5-yard line. At the 6. Wynn up the middle. And not going to get a whole lot, maybe a yard that time. As Moody still with 2 timeouts, and there's still time if they can get to 3 and out, get their offense back on the field, and have a chance to win. So 2nd down and 9 yards to go as Oxford has led since about late in the 2nd quarter.
Now, if you're Moody and you get a stop right here, James, you want to get a timeout right here because you got 2 left. You definitely want to get a timeout. If you get if they don't get a 1st down, you want to get a timeout right here.
A game that has had a 1-hour weather delay included. 2nd and 9. Here's the give to Wynn as he gets a bit more running room this time across the 10 to about the 13, maybe the 14-yard line. Let's see what looks as if Jake Gaines decides to use one of those 2 timeouts. He'll take the timeout and will do so as well. 2:31 left in the ball game. Oxford 24 and Moody 21.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
State Representative Steve Hurst brings you our 4th quarter as there you see 2:31 left in the ball game. Eddie, what do you do here if you're Oxford on 3rd down?
Well, if I'm Oxford, I'm going to, everybody's chasing the running back, chasing Britt. And if I'm Mason, if I'm coach, I run the zone read, pull it, and let my quarterback keep it. He either get it or we punt the football.
3rd and 3 from their own 12. Mims trying to get the front part of the defensive line, the front 7 for Moody offside, as we'll take the split camera view here from the defensive backfield and from the line of scrimmage.
But you definitely don't put it in the air.
Well, that's exactly what they're going to do, and that's a completion to Wilson and gets the 1st down and more as he advances the football to the 26-yard line. There's the bread and butter play tonight for Coach Sam Adams' offense, that tunnel screen, and it comes up big for a huge Oxford first down.
You are absolutely correct. He got more guts than I got. I don't think I would have threw that ball on from the 12 with,
I think most coaches even now would probably be of your persuasion. And probably just kept it on the ground, kept it safe, and not risked it inside your own 15.
Because if that's an incomplete pass, that's like another timeout for Moody.
Oh, you may have seen at home what we had to deal with earlier tonight as Wilson on the carry tries to follow the blocking, not a whole lot of it, as the Moody defense strings out that sweep play for about a yard.
Not made by Willis.
Henry Smith helps out, but also Barack Willis has had an active night at his buck linebacking spot. He comes up with the tackle. Just one timeout left for Moody as we're under 90 seconds to go in the football game. James Tapley looks as if comes back out on the field. A bit more beef now for the Oxford Yellow Jackets as they need just one first down to milk the rest of the clock. Just about simple execution here for the Yellow Jackets.
You don't want to get a delay of game.
And looks as if they are about to get exactly that right on cue. As there comes the flag.
Prior to the snap, delay of game for the offense. 5-yard penalty, second down.
So that moves the football back 5 yards and stops the clock with 1 minute to go.
Will start on the snap.
Absolutely, and that's what happened. So you just with that penalty, you just gave Moody an extra timeout.
Probably one of the few mistakes really that Mason Mims has made tonight, as he has not turned the ball over. That's been a big key for Oxford as far as keeping them in the lead. They had that one turnover on the kickoff, but essentially that's been it. 2nd and 15. Give goes to Wilson as he's taken down at the 19-yard line. And wrapping up on the tackle is Marshall Teofilo, the junior linebacker, as there's the final timeout used with 55.8 seconds to go. And we'll go ahead and take the timeout here on the Bluefin FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Does the crawl space in your home look like this? Standing water and high humidity are the perfect makings for mold and wood rot, and that means expensive damages to your home. Solve the problem with a call to the experts at S&H Waterproofing and Construction. They've been turning this into this for over a quarter century. Protect your greatest investment with a free assessment today. Get quality work at a guaranteed lower price. S&H Waterproofing and Construction.
Oxford trying to manage the final 55.8 seconds to go as Moody uses their last timeout to stop the clock. James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock, and Shasta Jones with you along with our FNN crew. We were able to navigate around a 1-hour weather delay due to lightning in the surrounding area. We actually only got literally a couple drops of rain maybe in about that hour or so, but otherwise we've been dry tonight. 3rd down and 16 from their own 19 for Oxford. Mims gives off to Wilson, cuts it up the middle, and gets some pretty good yards to keep the clock going as Wilson to the original line of scrimmage at the 25-yard line. And from, let's see when that play clock's already started, so there's about a 8-second difference between the game and the play clock. So I imagine that Sam Adams should be calling a timeout with around 9 or 10 seconds to go. Not in a hurry is the Oxford offense, very understandably, as we go under 20 seconds left in the ballgame. The play clock under 10. So Sam Adams just watching that play clock. Once it gets to 1, he'll call the timeout. And he will do so right now as the clock stops at 7.9 seconds left in the ball game. Well, let's keep it here. Eddie, kind of give us your overall assessment of what you've seen from both of these teams tonight.
Well, initially I thought we was going to have just a knockdown shootout, but, the teams were actually typically a little bit sloppy for it to be the second game of the season. To me, it was too many penalties and, too many missed opportunities by both teams, for it to be the second game of the season and for these programs here, and I'm sure the coach is going to go and watch film and clean up some things. But, it's been a good football game, but, it's just still it hadn't been the typical, Oxford Moody game that I thought it would be.
Don't forget, folks, the Tuesday night FNN Coaches Show from Top of the River on Highway 21, just shy of the 431 bypass, minutes north, in fact, seconds north of downtown Anniston. As we'll have our second edition of the Tuesday night Coaches Show beginning at 7 o'clock. And there you see our schedule as far as the upcoming week to kick off the month of September. We'll make a trip back up to Piedmont, the Field of Champions, 6:30, our Tillison Bend Campground countdown to kickoff. And then our Bluefin Game of the Week kicks off at 7 o'clock.
Now, I wouldn't take a chance on a punt right here, James. I think as athletic quarterback as Mims is, I think he can run 7 seconds off the clock. You just let him get the football and run around.
Yeah, he'll just dart toward the end zone and try and waste the clock as we're down to 1. And that's exactly what Mason Mims does, is he'll just give Moody the safety, and the Oxford Yellow Jackets will escape with their first home win and second win of the season. So we do have a flag on the play, so we're not quite officially to the finish line just yet, as Mason Mims did his job as far as just running the clock out, as we are at zeros on the game clock. We'll see what our officials decide as far as the flag on the field. Waiting to hear from Noel Stevens, who we've seen a lot indicate those penalties for both sides. A penalty-ridden performance for both of these teams. Sloppiness has abounded, but we've seen some hard-fought play and some key moments for Oxford, especially in the second half, as Moody took a 7-0 lead after 1. As we'll find out here in just a few seconds, Oxford took a 10-7 lead after the first 2 quarters play going into the halftime locker room. Oxford led 17-7 after 3. And then the two teams, at least Moody has scored 14 here in this fourth quarter, and Oxford has been able to add a touchdown to preserve what's now a 3-point lead. You had Mason Mims at least take the ball to the end zone, run the clock out, and then go out of the back of the end zone for it would be the final 2 points of the ball game, but definitely not enough to get Moody to a tie ball game, as we'll have Noel Stevens come out for the final time.
During the play, we have holding on the offense. Our penalty is 10 yards, and we will have 1 untimed down.
I think we've seen just about everything tonight, Eddie. So a holding penalty that's declined, that wipes the 2 points off the board. So you'll just now see probably a knee to end this ball game. 1 untimed down to close things out for the night. So they'll move the ball all the way back to inside the 10 at about the 7-yard line, and the coach's favorite play, the victory formation.
Well, and this is where I hate the shotgun snap here, because it's still the possibility of a bad snap and the defense falling on it. You know, I'm old school. I like to get on the center, and if you fumble it, it's still dead right there.
What's been a very interesting night here at Lamar Field comes to a close as the Oxford Yellow Jackets able to hold on for their first home win of the season. They improve to 2-0 as they defeat Moody 24-21. We'll begin our post game after this timeout.
The Calhoun County Commission made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Looking to transform your outdoor space? Look no further than Bama Sheds. As a family-owned and operated business, we understand your needs. That's why we offer no credit check, rent-to-own options. Enjoy free delivery and setup within 35 miles of our 4 convenient locations. Whether you need a shed, pole barn, garage, or carport, we've got you covered. Visit our website at bamasheds.com or call 256-268-8484. Bama Sheds, where quality meets affordability and your outdoor dreams become reality.
A late Friday night for us here at Lamar Field on the campus of Oxford High School, as Oxford defeats Moody 24-21, and we'll send it down to the field for Shasta Jones with Victoria's head coach for Oxford, Sam Adams.
Hey, I've got Coach Adams here with me right now. Coach Adams, how does this home field win feel tonight?
Well, I mean, it was a tough one, as we thought it was going to be. You know, we knew they had good players and good coaches, and we knew it was going to be one of those games where 3 or 4 plays decide the game, and I think that's what you saw.
Well, I'm telling you, your players, we had Caleb Wynn with the touchdown, Mason Mims passing to Michael Mims, and then DK Wilson with that touchdown-stopping interception. You've got some amazing players out there.
Yeah, I mean, DK is a guy that's predominantly an offensive player, but we knew these guys had some pretty dangerous receivers, and so we worked, he and Jalen Taylor over there for a lot of the game. You had a lot of guys that played on both sides tonight, and that's not always the norm for us, but it was tonight, and it was a total team win.
What do you want to see worked on this next week?
Well, I mean, we can finish drives a little better. The one that got down here and we false started however many times, and I mean that was kind of ugly football. But I was proud of the way the guys just kind of refused to let the game slip away from them.
Well, great job and congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much. Go Big O.
Thank you. We're going to send it back to you guys in the box.
Thank you, Coach, and thank you, Shasta, as we'll put a bow on tonight. As we've certainly saw a little bit of everything tonight, a 1-hour weather delay, and some very gritty play by both teams, as Oxford able to improve to 2-0 with the 24-21 win over Moody, as the Blue Devils drop to 0-2. Before we leave, a big thanks to Eddie Bullock, Shasta Jones, Jim Jacobs, and all of our FNN crew. Join us on Tuesday for the FNN Coaches Show from north side of Anniston at our new home at Top of the River, and Friday night, our Tillison Bend Campground. Countdown to kickoff begins at 6:30, 7 o'clock for the Bluefin Game of the Week, Ohatchee at Piedmont. So for all of our fine folks that you just saw on your screen, James Hardy wishing you a happy Friday night, and enjoy your college football Saturday tomorrow to open the season, as you've been watching the Bluefin FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
In 6A's top 10, it was number 1 Saraland over 4A number 1 Jackson, 35-27. Good competitive game there.
No way.
Number 2 Parker defeats 5A number 1 Ramsey, 41-12. It was number 3 Clay Chalkville, 28-7 over Hueytown. Number 4 Gulf Shores is defeated by Choctawhatchee, Florida, 31-7.
You said it.
That's right, Choctawhatchee. Number 5 Spain Park over 7A Sparkman, 38-7. It was number 6 Oxford. How about this score? 56-46 over Central Carrollton in Georgia. Number 7 Pike Road is defeated by 7A Prattville, 41-37. Great game between number 8 Muscle Shoals and number 9 Gadsden City. Gadsden City gets the win, 33-29. And number 10 Mountain Brook over Demopolis, 28-0. We'll be right back.
The Funky Goat in downtown Dadeville, Alabama is the hangout everybody's talking about. With signature cocktails, cold beer, and a menu of scratch-made food you gotta see to believe. Like our hot honey pecan wings, lamb sliders, or everybody's favorite, the Southern Soul Egg Roll. Live music and football on the weekend. Check the Funky Goat's Facebook page for specials and a live music schedule. Because it's a lot more fun to eat in a bar than it is to drink in a restaurant. The Funky Goat on the Square, downtown Dadeville, Alabama. Make this the night that you get to the goat.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear the roads of Alabama calling. And Sarah Honda has your answer. Serving you for over 40 years with one of the largest Honda and